the Action News 5 digital desk about this historic close approach of this NASA spacecraft getting close to the sun. Alex, we really appreciate the info on this. Thanks very much.
Thanks for having me.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. A warm home filled with family and friends this time of year. It's certainly very commonplace. Festive decorations, home-cooked meals, they are all certainly hallmarks of the holiday season. Unfortunately, a lot of festivities, a lot of traditions increase fire risks. In fact, December, you may not know this, but December is the leading month for home fires across the U.S. I'm joined right now by Tom Lyons. He's with the National Fire Protection Association to talk a little bit about ways to make sure our homes are safe this holiday season. So, Tom, good morning to you. Let's talk about some of the factors that contribute to this increased risk of home fires during the holiday season.
Good morning, Andrew. Thanks for having me on. Well, as you said, December is the worst month for home fires in the U.S. And when you think about the major causes of home fire, cooking, heating, use of electricity, all of those are, there's a lot of that going on in the holiday season. You add to that people bringing in Christmas trees, maybe they're using candles more often, decorating their house with materials and lighting. You can see why the risk of fire goes up during the holiday seasons. The good news is that all of these risks can be lessened by taking some common sense steps and making sure that we provide some room for safety this holiday season.
Yeah, so let's talk about it. Let's break it down for folks. Let's talk first about that Christmas tree and those holiday decorations, because that's brought in a lot of times from the outside. They can be dry and they can be a fire hazard, right?
That's right. The good news is that Christmas tree fires don't happen often, but when they do happen, they can be quite serious. The bottom line is a dry tree is a dangerous tree. So you want to make sure that if you're getting a fresh tree, to make sure that it's as fresh as possible when you're buying it. So really take a look at those needles. If they're coming off excessively when you go to buy it, it's probably too dry to bring into your house. When you do end up buying a tree and bringing it into the home, you gotta water it every single day. And where you're placing it is important as well. So make sure that you're setting up the tree at least 3 feet away from any heat source, be that a fireplace, a radiator, or any kind of candle that you might be using. If you're putting lights on the Christmas tree, really take a look at those light strands to make sure the wires are in good shape and that the bulbs are in good shape and you're using them as the manufacturer directs them. Also, make sure that you're setting up the tree away from a window or a door that could be used as an exit in case of a fire. And when you go out at night or when you go to bed at night, make sure you turn those lights off and unplug them, unplug the strand for extra safety.
Okay, good advice there. Let's talk a little bit about cooking fires, because a lot of times this holiday season we're cooking a lot more frequently, dishes that we don't normally cook. How does that factor into all this?
Well, cooking fires are the #1 cause of home fires throughout the whole year. And you can see why cooking fires happen during the holiday season. Our kitchens are just a lot busier, as you say. There are a lot more people in the house, and that equals distraction. And usually what happens in fires is people get distracted and not paying attention to what they're cooking on top of the stove and in the stove. So you want to make sure, especially if you're frying or sauteing something, to be in the kitchen as that cooking is happening. Make sure you have a lid nearby, so if you have a small grease fire that breaks out, you can put a lid on it. And we tell people to make sure that that cooking area is a kid-free and a pet-free zone. So if anything comes off the stove, it's less likely to hurt your kids or your pets. And the way that you can prevent something from getting knocked off the stove is a simple tip to turn the handles of your pots and pans inward so they don't get knocked by someone near the stove. The other tip that we tell people is make sure that anything combustible near the range top be kept away. So that means your dish towels or your oven mitts, make sure they're away, and any kind of packaging that might be combustible, keep those away from the stove top.
What else? What other kind of safety considerations should we keep in mind when it comes to our home, maybe the gifts that we purchase? You know, some of those gifts have those lithium batteries.
Yeah, lithium-ion batteries are in so many of the gifts that we give and receive. You just want to make sure that they're not damaged and they're being used correctly, because that can increase the risk of fires with these batteries. And you know, the fires involving lithium-ion batteries are very difficult. They burn very hot and they're difficult to put out. So you want to make sure that you're buying your batteries and your products that use these batteries from reputable sources, and that the batteries have been tested by an independent lab and marked as such. You want to follow the manufacturer's guidelines for charging and not overcharging or overheating the battery, which can increase the fire risk. Make sure that you're charging you know, your phones and your devices on a hard surface, not on soft bedding or your sofa, because that can trap heat and increase the likelihood of fire. And then finally, if you see any kind of damage at all with this battery, if it just doesn't seem right, maybe it might even be smoking or getting extra hot, don't use that battery at all.
Good advice there, Tom. Anything else that we can touch on, perhaps a place to go where we can look at these tips that you just gave?
Sure. We have lots of tips and resources available at our website, nfpa.org/holiday.
Okay, Tom Lyons, appreciate you giving us the deep dive on ways to make sure our homes are protected this holiday season. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk, supporting local businesses this holiday season. It's something many of us want to do each and every year, and certainly it's once again a priority this year. And it's not just about finding unique gifts, it's about helping communities bounce back, especially after a very tumultuous year across Tennessee, Mississippi, and Arkansas. We've seen all kinds of different things, Mother Nature, certainly hurricanes and various storms, flooding, that sort of thing that can really set back a community. Well, here's an opportunity to support them this holiday season. Let's talk more about this issue right now with my next two guests. I'm joined right now by Michael Carney, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation President, and Jennifer Schuyler, American Express Chief Corporate Affairs Officer. Good morning to you both. First off, Michael, let's talk about some of the things that you've been seeing first off on the ground in the entire Southeast region when it comes to the impact and devastation caused by the hurricane season. I know a lot of people out there are still suffering. Good morning.
Good morning, and that is right. Hurricanes Milton and Helene caused extraordinary damage, and one of the groups that was hardest hit is small businesses. If you look across 7 states, you see just an amazing amount of damage, including in places that are fairly far from the coast. I was down in western North Carolina back in October, and what I saw was roads washed away, a community struggling to rebuild, and small businesses that, some of which unfortunately are going to really have a hard time coming back.
No question about it. So, Michael, let me ask you this, a follow-up here. How can we support local businesses, some great ways to support them this holiday season?
I would say regardless of where you are in the country, the first thing that you can do is you can shop small. The second thing that you can do is, especially if you're a small business owner, is take steps to ensure that you are as resilient as possible. If you go to our website, uschamberfoundation.org, you can find out how to become more resilient, or if you're in one of the designated disaster zones, you can apply for a grant.
Got it. Let's move over to Jennifer now. Jennifer, good morning to you. Tell me about the American Express and how the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation, what they're doing in terms of small business recovery in the Southeast, and how we can support these types of organizations and businesses during this holiday season.
Yeah, so for Small Business Saturday this year, we actually launched a grant program where we were supporting 1,000 small businesses across the Southeast with grants of $5,000 each. So that's a total of $5 million going towards these small businesses. In addition, we actually had a pledge where for every transaction on Small Business Saturday, $1 went towards additional support for small businesses. And today we're announcing another over $5 million commitment to support small businesses across the Southeast. And to your question about what we can do to support, it's exactly what Michael said, get out there and shop small. While Small Business Saturday takes place every year in November, we view it as a year-long effort to go out there and support small businesses, especially there in Tennessee. And just a reminder too, for every dollar that's spent at a small business, 68 cents actually stays within that local community. So it's incredibly important to shop small.
You know, there's a lot of people, and this next question is for both of you. There's a lot of people that love the convenience of shopping online, and I don't want to mention names, but certain companies make it very, very easy to shop online, get your gifts done this holiday season, and then get those gifts under the tree. What would you say to people to say, hey, listen, stop for a second and support these small businesses? How would you convince them?
Yeah, I would say, look, I've done some research. We've looked at a lot of even our grant winners. There are some amazing stories of small businesses. Clad in Asheville, or West Asheville, North Carolina is one of my favorites. It's a clothing store there. I encourage you to check it out. And just remember that for these businesses, going out and supporting them, it's also supporting the people that work at these stores and supporting their communities. And in a lot of these cases across the Southeast, these are individuals, people who lost their homes, as well as they've seen their businesses really suffer. So just remember that shopping small goes directly back into your community.
Michael, anything to add?
The only thing I would add is that it's not a competition. Ultimately, what we're trying to do is ensure that local communities and local economies remain as vibrant as possible during times of disaster. Since most Americans work for small or mid-sized enterprises, it's really important that we support and buttress that part of the economy, but it doesn't come at the expense of any other part of the economy.
Okay, Michael, Jennifer, we appreciate your time on the Digital Desk. Thank you for spelling it out for us, and have a healthy and happy holiday season. We appreciate your time. All right, good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Whether it's politics or family issues, no one's really wanting any kind of argument, or at least starting an argument during the holidays. That's the last thing that you want to see happen. But unfortunately, it does happen, especially this time of year. Let's talk about ways to not start those arguments. In fact, ways to manage conflict, find common ground, and be a great negotiator. I'm joined right now by author Dan Lyons on the Digital Desk to talk more about this. And Dan, I understand you wrote a book about this very topic. Good morning.
Hey, thanks for having me.
So, I just had an intro here where you wrote a book about avoiding conflict. Tell me more.
Oh, well, yeah, I also did a series for DocuSign. DocuSign makes software for managing agreements, and we did a survey called The Art of Agreement, where we went out and interviewed people who are really great at reaching agreement, sometimes in really challenging situations, like hostage negotiators. We also did a survey and found that for a lot of people, holidays are a really challenging situation. And about half the people we spoke to said, you know what, I'm just avoiding parties, I'm declining invitations, just because I'm afraid of that conflict that you just talked about.
Yeah, I'm curious. I want to dive in a little bit deeper because there's so many people these days that love to be in their echo chamber, love to talk with folks that agree with them. And when they're out of their echo chamber, they get very upset, very flustered. How do you bridge that gap to say, you know what, we have more common ground than not?
Yeah, that's an excellent point, and that's actually your starting point. You know, half the people we talked to, actually more, said, I actually do want to go to these if I could just figure out how to navigate that difficult conversation. So I'll give you 3 tips that come from negotiators. The first one is just define your outcome. A negotiator goes into a negotiation kind of knowing where they want to end up. Where you want to end up is not winning an argument, but actually avoiding one, right? The next one is listen. Just ask a lot of questions and listen without judging the other person. And the third, I love tips that have like magic words, okay? So it's 3 magic words: thank you, because. And it works like this: thank you. I express gratitude to you for sharing your opinion, right? Because I admire something about what you believe. Now, once I've done that, now I can share my opinion, but because I've listened to you first, you're more likely to listen to me in return.
I love that. It's a great way to go into any kind of family gathering, Dan. Tell me more here, because we all have at least one family member, and I say at least because there's probably more, that are very, I guess you could say stubborn, but are very set in their ways when it comes to their own ideology. How do you work with those people?
Well, and that's okay, right? People have strong feelings. And sometimes there's that person who's just like They want to have an argument. No matter what, they showed up for this. Now, first of all, they shouldn't be here, right? This isn't the high school debate club. This is a party, right? But when you have to deal with someone like that, one way to disarm them is to use this 5-word question. And it's just this: why do you think that? Now, when you ask someone that, they're going to start telling you things about themselves. They're going to start sharing things. And that act of sharing personal information actually brings people closer together. So when you explore that disagreement with a question, rather than just arguing about it, you're actually turning it into an opportunity to build a tighter relationship with that friend or relative. The final thing you can use with that really tough person is just silence. People really underappreciate the power of silence to diffuse conflict. But it's really hard for someone to keep fighting when the other person won't punch back. And the final 3 magic words that I really love when all else fails is just like, I gotta go.
I love that. I'm enjoying this conversation. Dan, thank you for that. Where do people make the biggest mistakes, in your opinion?
I think people make mistakes when they get into their own ego, right? When they make it about them. Uh, every hostage negotiator I talked to said this: look, I have one outcome, and that's to get that hostage out safely and alive, right? Everything I do has to move me toward that. So I'm going to let go of my ego. I'm not going to debate. I'm not going to argue. I'm not going to get pulled into this. I don't like the other person. I don't like the hostage taker, right? But I am trying to build empathy with them because ultimately I want to persuade them to do what I want.
All very good. Let me ask you this, because I know that you are the author of Art of the Agreement series. Where can people find that, and where can people find some of the things that we just talked about? Because this is all good advice, kind of the news you can use type of situation here. Where can people find that online?
Right, you can go to DocuSign.com and look for the Art of Agreement. And you're right, it's very practical, very tactical tips that you can take with you to that party and really use.
Dan Lyons, we appreciate your time. We appreciate all the advice to avoid holiday contact. We have a great holiday season. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We always like to talk with our friends at Google about top searches on any given specific period. Sometimes it's a month, sometimes it's after, the Super Bowl, something like that. But now we're talking about the top searches for 2024. I'm joined right now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Jennifer Jones, a Google Trends expert. I appreciate you joining us, Jennifer. So many different searches throughout the year, but it sounds like some of the top searches had to deal with our presidential election. It's not really surprising, is it? Good morning.
Hey, good morning. No, you're right on target there. It's not a surprise that election 2024 dominated several of our categories. As you mentioned, not the least of which was our top searched item was the election. And the top news item was the election as well. So, Google search isn't just about finding answers. It's kind of a portal into exploring what matters most to people. And with this in mind, the election was certainly top of mind.
Yeah, it was interesting. I see something about Copa America, and that's that soccer tournament that so many people were watching, I guess more than I thought of, because I see Copa America on all these different searches, including news, right?
Yes, it actually was number 2 in news, which sort of surprised me as well. Of course, Copa America is the main international soccer tournament for national teams from South America. So a lot of interest in soccer or football, however you prefer it. And that also came in the top 10 in the top searches overall.
I love it. Another one, I love this category, internet theories. And so there are so many theories people are looking at, Jennifer. And the top theory that people searched on Google in 2024 has to deal with burnt toast theory. Explain, please.
Yeah, I consider myself a fairly online person. I like to kind of keep up with the trends. It's a little bit of my job, right? But this one surprised me, the burnt toast theory. Now, it is a positive trend. At first, I thought this doesn't sound very good, but it's indeed positive in which, minor inconvenience like burning your morning toast can actually lead to positive things throughout the day with just a bit of a reframe of your mindset. So an internet trend, but also maybe a life philosophy, a little bit of learning in there. I don't know.
I love it. I love it. Some of the other categories I always look at tend to be unusual categories. One of which you have here listed, how often? And then it has a number of different things, solar eclipse, Copa America, the Olympics, lunar eclipse. Just kind of northern lights happening, northern lights visible, all kinds of stuff, huh?
Yeah, a lot of those are weather related, of course, or atmospheric related. So many things that happened this year. What's cool about this data is that it's anonymized and aggregate, but also it's what's happening for year over year. So if it wasn't huge in 2023, but it spiked a lot in 2024, it finds itself on those lists.
Yeah, that's neat. Final thing I'll ask before we let you go is this a real word? And so there's all kinds of words there. Demur's one is the top one, and then Biot, Sigma, Funner. Interesting ones. Like there are some that are not, and then there's some that are.
Yeah, and the list, you need to pull out a dictionary for them, but I will say that demure is certainly a real word, and it was actually a TikTok trend that made the top of our list in internet trends this year, and demure actually became dictionary.com's word of the year. So that is definitely a real word.
Yeah. All right, good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. Whether travelers are flying home for the holidays or chasing a white Christmas or just trying to sneak one last trip before the new year, one thing's for certain, you're not going to be alone at the airport. I'm joined right now by Stephanie Oswald, a travel expert on the Action News 5 digital desk right now to talk about ways, great ideas, suggestions, and tips to maneuver the airports this holiday season. Good morning to you, Stephanie. So where do we begin on how to effectively navigate the airports? Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. Yes, this time of year, it is a little crazy at the airports, but there are some simple things you can do to make your life easier. Starting out with the number one tip, give yourself the gift of extra time. The earlier you get to the airport, the less stressful your experience will be. Secondly, don't check a bag unless you absolutely have to, because being able to go in with just a carry-on will make your life easier. And then the third tip will help that happen. Wear your bulkiest items on the plane. So heavy boots, bulky jackets, put them on, wear them on the plane, and then you have more room in that carry-on bag. And then finally, if you have any questions for TSA, wondering what you can bring through and what you can't, you can text Ask TSA, ASK TSA, and they will provide you the answers to your questions.
I like it. I like it. Those are great. Where do people make the biggest mistakes, Stephanie?
Well, again, the biggest mistake is not giving yourself enough time at the airport because those lines are crazy. And even this time of year, even if you have clear or TSA pre-check, even those lines are going to be extra long this time of year. So really important to just get there early. But the good news is there is a way, once you get on the other side of security, there is a way you can go shopping with no lines at all. And that's why I'm here today at this test lab here in Seattle at Amazon's test lab for Just Walk Out technology. This is something pretty new, but you'll find it at more than 200 locations around the world, 20 airports. And especially for people who are in your area, flying out of Nashville or connecting airports in Chicago, LA, Dallas, New York City, you're going to find a store like this. And I'll tell you what, I was able to try it earlier today, and it is so simple. This is how it works. You just simply use your credit card or your mobile wallet, you tap, walk in, get what you need. And here's another travel tip for you during the holidays. Get those snacks before you get on the plane because sometimes the flight attendants can't get to you or you might get stuck in the air. So get those snacks. And then just like the name says, you just walk out. It is that simple. So seamless shopping, and then you can get right to your gate.
Yeah, there is certainly some time, some layovers where you're going to want to do something like that, and that's a perfect area to really kind of, not waste time, but definitely take your time to maybe get a drink or something while you're waiting for your next flight. Anything else before we let you go, Stephanie?
Well, I just want to remind everybody that just make your plans now for 2025. Talk to a travel agent if you are thinking about a trip and you're not sure. People think, oh, I don't need a travel agent, I can do it myself. But using a travel agent is really going to help you in the long run because it's like having an extra person on your team to plan your trip. And they can help you. There's so much going on in 2025. My current hometown, New Orleans, we've got the Super Bowl coming. Then Mardi Gras is late this year, March 4th. So if you've never done it, put that on your bucket list. And then other places overseas. Amsterdam is celebrating 750 years this year. And if you're a little bit closer to home, Asheville was hit so hard by that hurricane. They need your tourism dollars. So if you're thinking about, I've never been there, I want to try it out. And just a tip, if you do go to a place that has been impacted by a hurricane or another natural disaster, make sure you call ahead. And again, that's where a travel agent can help you as well. Call ahead, make sure everything that you want to see is open. Have all your research done before you go. It'll make it a smoother experience for you all around.
Yeah, absolutely. Stephanie Oswald, we appreciate your time on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me. And remember, justwalkout.com and follow me on X at
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk here on a Wednesday morning. Of course, a very active Wednesday morning when it comes down to the rain and storms pushing across the Mid-South. Obviously, a very messy morning commute has been realized here across the Mid-South. Thankfully, the afternoon commute will be drier, but we will be trending cooler at the very same time. As we look at the forecast temperatures for the remainder of the next few hours, Again, temperatures come dropping through the remainder of the day. So our warmest part of the day has already occurred. And from here, we continue the downward spiral down through the 50s as we head through the remainder of the day. So by the time you're heading home from work and school this afternoon, we'll be right around 50 degrees and continue to drop all the way down to the 30s by the time we wake up early tomorrow morning. Of course, the rain and storms continue their southward and eastward track here this morning. The bulk of the rain should be coming to an end here in the city of Memphis by the time we're towards about 10, 11 o'clock this morning. But for North Mississippi, east central portion, eastern areas of West Tennessee, more likely the rain continues through at least midday, maybe 1 o'clock or so before things start to taper off. The afternoon commute drier. We'll have even some peaks of sun for a few folks, but more clouds than not. Temperatures will continue to drop off as skies begin to clear out overnight tonight, dropping into the 30s to wake up early on your Thursday morning. Now watch out for some patchy zones of fog that could develop by early tomorrow morning, and temperatures will be above freezing, so we shouldn't have any issues of freezing fog, but fog nonetheless that could slow you down in a few spots. That will lift and back to the sunshine we go into the upper 40s and low 50s expected to start off, get through the afternoon hours of Thursday. Now another upper disturbance will pivot across the Ohio River Valley, and that's what's actually going to keep our temperatures pretty chilly going through the day on Friday. We'll try to nudge our way back to the low 40s through the afternoon hours, but that's going to be the nudge of colder air that's going to drop southward, keep our temperatures pretty chilly heading towards the end of the week. Maybe some snow flurries and snow showers up along the Cumberland Plateau as we head into your Friday. So if you're heading eastbound, heading towards East Tennessee, you may run into a couple of spots where some snow showers may be possible, including the overnight period. Back here at home, it's all going to be dry and clear. Of course, with all the active weather that we've got going on, we want you to say weather where anytime and everywhere on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. Now, when it comes down to it, I just mentioned, we've got one batch of cooler air dropping southward, but there's another reinforcing shot of colder air that will likely drop into the area as we head into Thursday night into your Friday. So actually, our warmest part of the next cool down will be tomorrow with a high near 50, then 40s for highs as we head towards Friday and Saturday and even Sunday as well before we start to warm back up as we head into Christmas week. So again, falling temperatures, that 62's already happened. Actually, the warmest that we were like 65 at one point this morning. So we'll continue that downward trend. We showed you the hourly temperatures on the downward slope for the remainder of the day. Of course, the rain showers will start to taper off as we get past lunchtime today in most locations. Here comes the sunshine again after a couple of banks of fog early tomorrow morning. A temperature near 50 degrees to high, low 40s for highs. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, lows in the 20s when you wake up those mornings. As we get into the start of next week, we'll start adding in a few more clouds, a little bit more moisture. Temperatures in the mid 50s on Monday. Mid-50s again on Tuesday, and also adding in some opportunities for rain for Christmas Eve. Tuesday's Christmas Eve, by the way. Wednesday being Christmas Day, mostly cloudy skies. Chances for rain still possible, around 30% opportunity on Wednesday in the upper 50s. And then we continue an upward trend to the low 60s Thursday, Friday. So if you are looking at a time to possibly go to do your Christmas shopping, last minute Christmas shopping, or you got to get on the roadway to head to your Christmas destination, I think the weekend is boding well for you. Yet cold, it's at least dry and quiet. And then we add in, again, the opportunities for rain on Christmas Eve that may linger into Christmas Day, and the pattern turns unsettled but staying mild heading beyond Christmas, and probably will stay on the milder side of things as we round out 2024 and head into 2025.
Hey, Andrew Douglas back here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. The best food reporter in Memphis is one Jennifer Chandler. She is joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We are such a foodie town, Jennifer, and man, we love to hear what you have to say when it comes to some of the places we love to go and frequent and what to order when we frequent those places. How are you?
I'm doing great, thank you. Thanks for having me today.
Oh my gosh, you sound amazing. Please continue.
So I have a new column that I have started doing, and I'm having so much fun with it. It's called What to Order. And you can kind of think about it kind of like a review, but it's really not a review. It's so much more fun than that. I get to share some of the favorite things I've eaten recently at Memphis restaurants. And I am having so much fun doing this and dining out and trying to experience all the great food that Memphis has to offer. And I would love to tell you about 3 places that I've been to recently and what I think you should order when you go there. Are you ready?
I love this segment. What to order when you go out. Let's hit it.
So we're going to start downtown and head east. So tucked away in the Edge District of downtown Memphis is a restaurant called Jim Dining. And it's not Jim with the G or Jim. It is JEM. And it stands for Just Enjoy the Moment. And it's also an acronym for the initials of the owners, Josh and Emily Muchnick. And this restaurant opened in April this year, and it is just so wonderful. And this dish you're looking at right here is their stuffed matzo ball stuffed chicken. And I have to tell you, I will rarely tell you to order chicken at a restaurant unless it is absolutely a fabulous dish, because I feel like chicken is something that most of us can cook at home. And I'm always looking for things that are different and things that I can't make at home. And this dish is just such an example. And the restaurant there is kind of upscale, casual. It has a comfortable vibe. The service is great. But Josh has been classically French trained. He's worked for, if you look at his resume, it is like the who's of restaurateurs that he has worked for in other cities. He is got a wealth of knowledge, and this dish is what I call a perfect example of him taking a classic dish, traditional French dish, and giving it its own unique spin. So what he does is the stuffing is actually what in French terms is called a farce, which is a stuffing not made with bread, but it's actually made with meat. So in this case, chicken. And so he takes chicken thighs, he debones them, he grinds up chicken, and instead of adding bread stuffing, he adds matzah, and he adds the seasoning that you would get if you were making a matzo ball, and creates this fabulous stuffing. He stuffs the chicken, wraps it back up, and then he cooks it sous vide, which is in a water bath. So when you go to cut into this chicken, it is like fork tender and juicy. It is not dry in the least. So flavorful. And right before he serves it, he roasts it. He puts it back in the oven and he roasts it. So the skin is nice and crispy. It is just, every bite is perfect. And what makes it even better, I don't know if you can tell, in the back of the picture you see right there is a little pitcher that has a chicken jus or a chicken sauce that you can kind of pour just the amount of sauce so that your chicken that skin doesn't get crispy while it's sitting in a sauce. It's like perfect. And it comes with smashed potatoes that are crispy. And there's those mustard seeds that kind of like, there's a tanginess to those that kind of cut through the richness of the dish. And it's just pretty darn fabulous. It's pretty good. Have you been there yet?
I haven't. When did it open?
It opened in April.
Okay.
So it's not been there very long at all.
That picture's amazing.
Yes. And I will also just give a few shout outs. We started with 2 of the appetizers. He does, one of the things he likes to do is take traditional dishes and give them kind of unique international spins based on his travels. And so he has arancini balls, the risotto rice balls that are fried. It's a traditional Italian dish, but he makes homemade kimchi and he has that in there. And so they actually makes for a lighter, tangier, in a good way, bite of an arancini ball. He's originally from Mobile, Alabama, so he has a Gulf shrimp and crab spinach dip starter on the menu, and it is so good. I wish he would sell it like as a take and bake item, so I could serve it at a party.
Amazing.
And save room for dessert. Fabulous chocolate cake.
Yum.
Okay, so we're gonna move from downtown area to Midtown to the Brooks Museum. So Christina McCarter, that you see her in this picture, she is the founder of Feast and Graze. And so they have taken over the cafe in the Brooks, I guess for about a year, not quite a year now. And they traditionally just serve breakfast and lunch, or more like lunch. And they decided to, on Sundays for the month of August, to do a series called Toast and Jams. And what she does, she's known for her kind of open-faced toast sandwiches. So that's what she's focused on the menu. And here's the interesting thing. There are no eggs on this brunch menu. There's everything else you would expect at a brunch. There's brunch cocktails. There is, hash, there is all the good stuff you would want, but there are no eggs. She said that she really wanted to focus on doing what she does best. And so my favorite thing that I had the day I went was, she calls it the Cristo-ish. And so it is her play on a Monte Cristo sandwich, but it's on a croissant, and it's got Black Forest ham, and it's got the cheese, and then she makes a spicy fig jam that is used as the condiment for it. And usually it's served with like a raspberry, Monte Cristo is served with a raspberry jam, is what I've always seen it served with. But this spicy fig jam is so good. And she dusts it with powdered sugar, and it's just a fun little sandwich. And one of the things that they're doing during this, the jams, it's not just because she's making her homemade jams on some of these sandwiches, but they actually have a DJ in the rotunda of the museum that's playing. So there's music playing, and what you can do is you can go have brunch, and then you can go wander around the museum. And I think it's like the perfect way to spend a Sunday afternoon. This was a trial run for the month of August, so I'm hopeful that they will continue it into the fall, because I just think it's a nice way to spend a Sunday.
Yes.
So moving on to the last place I wanted to mention, this is all the way out in Germantown, Blue Honey Bistro. And I just described Blue Honey Bistro as this little gem. I forgot to look up how many tables they have and seats they have in there, but this restaurant is tiny. It is tucked away in a shopping center at Forest Hill, Irene, and Poplar. And it is just a gem of a restaurant. You can see in this picture, these are their owners, Drew and Courtney Bryan. They are the epitome of the quintessential host of a restaurant. They pay so much attention to detail. The restaurant is so welcoming, and the food will blow you away. So one of the things when you go there that you need to start with, and one of their signature items that never goes, their menu kind of changes regularly, is their mushroom toast. I think it's called mushrooms and toast is the official name of it. And it's a dish. This was such a cute story that Courtney was telling me that they had it at a restaurant on their travels like years and years ago when Drew was working for other restaurants. And she was like, you need to put this on a menu. And he was like, I'm only going to do it when I have my own place. And so he saved the dish. And now that he has his own place, it's been open for a couple of years. This has become their signature item that won't ever go away, because one tastes so good and it's such a popular fan favorite, but it means so much to the couple. But what he does is he takes mushrooms that are sourced locally from Bluff City fungi and does a mixture, and they're sauteed, and they're served over a piece of ciabatta bread, and they're just perfectly seasoned. There is a runny egg in the middle. I mean, it is so, so good. And I like to, when I order it, because it's fairly large. So when I go, I like to share it for the table. I always ask for a steak knife, and I cut it into, 4 pieces, and we each have it as an appetizer with like a salad. And it's just a great way to start a meal there. But for the entrees, one of the things that I always say when you go there is just try the fish. Drew is a master when it comes to cooking with fish. And what I love about it is he's sourcing great fish and having it flown in. And then what he does is he just cooks it simply and lets the fish stand on its own. It's always perfectly cooked with a nice sear, but whatever he is putting in the bottom is usually a standout as well. A night I went recently, he had this delicious farro risotto, and farro is a whole grain that's got this nutty kind of texture, and he cooked it like risotto, and it had vegetables in it, and there was a beurre blanc sauce that brought it all together, and it was light and refreshing and filling and delicious, and it was just, the whole thing was perfect. It was so, so good. And this is another place too, I will say, save room for dessert. They have a lot of good things for dessert on the menu, but one item like the mushrooms and toast, another item that will never change and stays on the menu here is their chocolate fondant cake. And it is basically a perfectly cooked molten chocolate little cake, like an oversized cupcake kind of size, but it sits on a bed of bruleed homemade marshmallow cream. And that's on one side of the plate. And then on the other side of the plate is their homemade gelato that is just this caramel gelato that is just to die for on its own. And it has like this kind of praline nut mixture, cashew nut mixture going on with it, and caramel sauce, and it's just really, really, really good. Very, very delicious. And I think I just said it was caramel ice cream. It is vanilla ice cream with caramel sauce.
Amazing. I've been there before. It's so unassuming too. I mean, it's in the middle of like a strip plaza right there, in the same one as Mellow Mushroom and some others. But
Yep.
wow, it just blows you away each and every time. That is, it's so small too. I thought they were expanding. Are they expanding?
They were going to expand. They had closed for a large part of this year with the intent on expanding. And I don't know really what happened there, but they ended up deciding to keep their original footprint. So they are still in the small footprint and not growing at this point. But I kind of wish they would. I would always say if you want to go there, you might want to call and make a reservation because the restaurant is so small. But it is worth waiting for sure.
Yes, outstanding indeed. I love this, and I love the segment and what to order when you go eat out. It sounds fantastic. Jennifer, anything else before we let you go?
I'll give you a little bit of food news that came out this week. Bayou Bar and Grill in Overton Square has new owners. That is probably the longest running restaurant I didn't confirm that, but that from my memory, in Overton Square. It's been open since the 90s, over 30 years, almost 40 years, actually. I think it was 37. And longtime owners, Bill and Carla Baker, who have run it for 30 years, have sold it. And it has been bought by Crosby Keltner, who is a restaurateur that is from Memphis, went to Nashville and moved back. And two longtime managers, Amara Jameson and Tyler Hamilton. So I think it's going to be a great mixture of people to move this restaurant that is so loved by Memphians into its next chapter. So I'm excited about that. Few closings to announce. New Wing Order, that great food truck that has won many, many awards, has closed. Hopefully it will come back in another format somehow. The owner, Jesse McDonald, said he has plans to bring back that brand somehow. So keep your fingers crossed on that one.
Okay, Jennifer Chandler, always giving us an update in the scoop and what to eat and what to order when we eat out. Jennifer, thank you so much. Always appreciate our conversations.
Yes, thanks for having me.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. The holiday season's here, bringing with it a surge in online ordering and package deliveries. In fact, Amazon alone delivers more than 20 million packages a day worldwide. I'm joined right now by a couple of people that can help us talk about the holiday shipping season, how busy it is, the importance of safe driving, and how we can all create a safer environment for delivery drivers and for just everybody around us. I'm joined right now by Pam Shadle-Fisher. She's Senior Director of External Management for Governor's Highway Safety Association, and Eli Pabon, Global Director, Road Safety at Amazon. Good morning to you both. So first, let's talk about how this year's holiday shipping season is going to be different from last year. I guess, Eli, that would be a question to you. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Andrew. Happy holidays to everyone. Thanks for having us. I did a little bit of a shorter holiday season between Thanksgiving and Christmas this year, so Amazon started some deals a little bit earlier. But I think, really the one thing that's changed sort of year over year is our ability to get packages to customers faster by working in our network to get packages closer to customers. And one of the things that's important about getting them closer to customers is this idea of making sure that we do the right thing to make sure that we get the packages done safely. And so that's why we partnered with our great partner at GHSA to make sure that we're doing that this holiday season.
Okay, and so Pam, over to you. Tell us about the Governor's Highway Safety Association and Amazon and the partnership to make this season a little bit safer for, I guess, all of us, really.
Yeah, absolutely, Andrew. That's the key. It's for everybody. And what we're doing is GHSA, the Governor's Highway Safety Association, is a national nonprofit. We represent the state highway safety offices across the country. And our focus is on keeping people safe out there on the road. So it's just natural for us to partner with Amazon. They have the same shared safety mission that we do. So working together, we can amplify that message. But during the holiday season, it's busy out there. A lot of people are rushing, lots of traffic, people running to, shop and do all kinds of things, but also expecting those packages to be delivered to them from their online shopping. And that's where we felt the collaboration was important, to get the message out to the public that we want everybody to be safe on the road. Packages don't just miraculously appear at your doorstep. There's a man or a woman that's bringing them to your home or your office, wherever it might be, and they want to be safe as well. So by working together, we really can help convey this message to everyone out there.
Yeah, that's a great point. Don't forget, everyone's all stressed out too because they got to get everybody on the list, and sometimes people can be a little bit stressed behind the wheel. So, Eli, back over to you. Tell us how drivers can help those delivery drivers stay safe when making those packages, making those deliveries out there.
Yeah, Pam and I have chatted about this often, and it's really important. There's really simple things to do, and it certainly this holiday season, but all the time. The first one is to really slow down and make sure that you're traveling at a safe speed. The second one, I think, avoid distractions, reduce the ability to have yourself focused on the task at hand, which is driving safely. Put the phone away. Don't have, no need to answer a text or a phone call. Put the coffee down. Make sure that you're paying attention. And I think, third, the holiday season, in addition to delivery personnel that are out and about in neighborhoods, you have kids home from school for the holidays. You're going to see more pedestrians, especially in neighborhoods. Keep vigilant and make sure that you're paying attention for pedestrians, cyclists, folks out on the roads that we're sharing with. And then as a customer, really simple things you can do. You can really make sure that you, make sure the driveway and front door entries of your homes are clear. Make sure that you have a light on. It gets dark a little earlier in the evening during the winter, and make sure that light is on so that delivery personnel can get to your door safely. And then if you have a pet, make sure you keep your pet secure and safe when you're expecting a package delivery.
Pam, did you want to add anything about, creating a safer environment for all of us at home?
Sure. Yeah. I think it's really important. I absolutely echo what Eli is saying about how we, as the recipient of those packages, can make a huge difference. I am one of those folks who's going to be expecting some packages over the next week. I've been a little delayed in getting my shopping done, but I think it's really important. We have a role to play in this. And, it starts each morning when we get out of bed and we think about, we should make safety priority one. And so if we're driving, whatever we're doing out there on the road during the day, we need to be thinking about the other folks that we're sharing the road with, including those delivery personnel. And again, preparing our homes for those packages to be delivered is important. And I am one of those folks that live in an area where it gets pretty dark at night. So those lights are on. We want to make sure that, folks can see their way to our doorsteps easily. It's really, really important.
Final things, I'll open it up to both of you. Anything else you guys want to mention that we haven't touched on you feel is important, perhaps where we can go to learn more information?
Yeah, we can definitely direct folks to the GHSA website. It's just ghsa.org/Amazon. The tips Eli and I have shared with you are all there. We encourage you not only to use them yourselves, but to share them with family, friends, neighbors, coworkers. Really help us spread the word. Embrace this idea, and let's make these holidays and the start of the new year into the year as safe as possible for everybody out there on the road.
Eli?
Yeah, I think that's it. I think Pam's got it right. Go to ghsa.org. /Amazon. And like she said, share these. And these are not safe driving tips for just the holidays. Although we want everyone to have a safe and happy holiday season at home, these are tips that are just as good year round. And so happy to partner with GHSA to get these tips out to everyone.
Okay, appreciate it. Eli and Pam, thanks for coming on the digital desk. Have a wonderful, safe, and happy holiday season.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk here on a Wednesday morning. Of course, a very active Wednesday morning when it comes down to the rain and storms pushing across the Mid-South. Obviously, a very messy morning commute has been realized here across the Mid-South. Thankfully, the afternoon commute will be drier, but we will be trending cooler at the very same time. As we look at the forecast temperatures for the remainder of the next few hours, again, temperatures come dropping through the remainder of the day. So our warmest part of the day has already occurred. And from here, we continue the downward spiral down through the 50s as we head through the remainder of the day. So by the time you're heading home from work and school this afternoon, we'll be right around 50 degrees and continue to drop all the way down to the 30s by the time we wake up early tomorrow morning. Of course, the rain and storms continue their southward and eastward track here this morning. The bulk of the rain should be coming to an end here in the city of Memphis by the time we head towards about 10, 11 o'clock this morning. But for North Mississippi, East Central portion, eastern areas of West Tennessee, more likely the rain continues through at least midday, maybe 1 o'clock or so before things start to taper off. The afternoon commute drier. We'll have even some peaks of sun for a few folks, but more clouds than not. Temperatures will continue to drop off as skies begin to clear out overnight tonight, dropping into the 30s to wake up early on your Thursday morning. Now watch out for some patchy zones of fog that could develop by early tomorrow morning, and temperatures will be above freezing, so we shouldn't have any issues of freezing fog, but fog nonetheless that could slow you down in a few spots. That will lift and back to the sunshine we go into the upper 40s and low 50s expected to start off, get through the afternoon hours of Thursday. Now another upper disturbance will pivot across the Ohio River Valley, and that's what's actually going to keep our temperatures pretty chilly going through the day on Friday. We'll try to nudge our way back to the low 40s through the afternoon hours, but that's going to be the nudge of colder air that's going to drop southward, keep our temperatures pretty chilly heading towards the end of the week. Maybe some snow flurries and snow showers up along the Cumberland Plateau as we head into your Friday. So if you're heading eastbound, heading towards East Tennessee, you may run into a couple of spots where some snow showers may be possible, including the overnight period. Back here at home, it's all going to be dry and clear. Of course, with all the active weather that we've got going on, we want you to say weather where anytime and everywhere on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. Now, when it comes down to it, as I just mentioned, we've got one batch of cooler air dropping southward, but there's another reinforcing shot of colder air that will likely drop into the area as we head into Thursday night into your Friday. So actually, our warmest part of the next cool down will be tomorrow with a high near 50, then 40s for highs as we head towards Friday and Saturday and even Sunday as well before we start to warm back up as we head into Christmas week. So again, falling temperatures, that 62's already happened. Actually, the warmest that we were like 65 at one point this morning. So we'll continue that downward trend. We showed you the hourly temperatures on the downward slope for the remainder of the day. Of course, the rain showers will start to taper off as we get past lunchtime today in most locations. Here comes the sunshine again after a couple of banks of fog early tomorrow morning. A temperature near 50 degrees to high, low 40s for highs. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, lows in the 20s when you wake up those mornings. As we get into the start of next week, we'll start adding in a few more clouds, a little bit more moisture. Temperatures in the mid 50s on Monday. Mid 50s again on Tuesday, and also adding in some opportunities for rain for Christmas Eve. Tuesday's Christmas Eve, by the way. Wednesday being Christmas Day, mostly cloudy skies. Chances for rain still possible, around 30% opportunity on Wednesday in the upper 50s. And then we continue an upward trend to the low 60s Thursday, Friday. So if you are looking at a time to possibly go to do your Christmas shopping, last minute Christmas shopping, or you got to get on the roadway to head to your Christmas destination, I think the weekend is boding well for you. Yet cold, it's at least dry and quiet. And then we add in, again, the opportunities for rain on Christmas Eve that may linger into Christmas Day, and the pattern turns unsettled but staying mild heading beyond Christmas, and probably will stay on the milder side of things as we round out 2024 and head into 2025.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. As we all know, those scammers and various scams are out there. And during the holiday season, they really ramp up. And they're trying their best to ruin Christmas and the holidays for everybody out there by taking your hard-earned money. Let's bring in someone to talk more about ways to protect yourself when you're shopping online, protect your money, protect your accounts, that sort of thing. I'm joined right now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Dino Dizovi. He is head of security for Cash App, joining us on the digital desk to talk about ways to protect ourselves from all these scams and scammers out there. Dino, good morning. Where should people begin when it comes to avoiding these scams and scammers?
Yeah, thanks for having me. The first thing that people should remember is that if anything seems too good to be true or seems weird offline, it's also too good to be true online. And that's a good way to make sure you don't fall for scams really online anywhere.
So are there new scams, new ways that scammers are trying to bilk money out of people? If you can, tell us some of the new scams to watch out for.
Sure, especially during the holiday season, there's one new scam that we're seeing a lot, and that's the pay up front scam. And what that is that's where someone from a usually unverified social media account is advertising that they have the top thing that's really hard to get this season. But in order to get it, you need to pay them up front and in advance. Now the problem is you send them the money and then later on you never receive the item. So what you need to do is make sure to pay really close attention to any scam alerts that you'll get in a payments app like Cash App, and also to only pay for an item after you've received it.
I appreciate that. Thank you for the heads up there. Let's talk about ways that people can protect their accounts. And I know you have several different ways for that, right?
Yeah, there's a number of things we ask everyone to do to best protect themselves. The first, make sure to enable the PIN or Face ID in the app. That makes sure that if someone has temporary access to your account or your phone, they can't also use them to pay themselves. The second is for an email address that's associated with your account, make sure that the password you've used for that account is a password that you haven't used anywhere else, because scammers can use data breaches to get access to that email account and then use that to take over your financial account. The third is make sure that for the verification codes that your payment apps will send you to log in, that you get to your mobile phone, don't share those with anyone else. Cash App, for example, will never ask you for that code. And finally, if you use like a Cash App debit card, make sure to turn on card lock or turn on real-time notifications so that if someone is using that card, you can block it immediately. And always remember, if something is too good to be true offline, it's also too good to be true online.
Let me ask you this. Where do people really get into trouble or make their biggest mistakes? And tell me if different generations make different mistakes out there.
Sure. Yeah. One thing we are noticing is that Gen Z is 3 times more likely to fall for these scams than other generations, but that's only because they're spending more time online and they're really used to that instant gratification from everything being online. And so scammers know how to take advantage of that. One of the ways they do that is with what's called the cash flip scam. That's where someone says, send me some money and I'll send you double your money right back. But this is just a more modern twist on the Ponzi scheme. And you send the money, you never get anything back. So that's just one way that scammers are taking advantage of kind of the increasingly move to everything being online.
Dino, what else? What else can we do? Maybe some top tips you recommend for people to just protect themselves from fraud and other scams out there.
Yeah, there's a few other scams that we see all year round that everyone should keep their eye out for. One is the fake giveaway, and that's usually where an unverified social media account is offering free money. It's too good to be true. The second is the other app download, where they're telling you to download another app. And the third is really tricky. That's the accidental payment scam. That's where you'll actually receive a payment from someone you don't know, and then they'll also send a request saying, hey, I made a mistake, sent it to the wrong person. Please send me the same amount back. Now, the thing is, that payment was with stolen funds. And so when the legitimate owner reports it, that payment's going to get reversed. And then you'll be out the money that you sent to the scammer.
I'm sure you see all kinds of crazy stuff with Cash App, and being head of security there. Anything else you want to mention before we let you go? Because you're giving valuable information each and every time you answer.
Thanks. Yeah, there's a few other things. One is make sure to look at the email address and phone numbers that are associated with your payment accounts and remove any ones that you aren't using anymore. Sometimes those can be reassigned, and that can give other people access to your account. There's other things that you can also do. And for more information on these, go to cash.app/scams.
Dino, dropping great and useful nuggets of knowledge on the digital desk. We appreciate your time. Thank you so much, and happy holidays to you.
Same to you.
Okay, that was Gina Harris talking about Holiday Wonders, which is still very much in effect at Memphis Botanic Garden. And if you've never been, you have got to see Holiday Wonders there. I mean, they really do an amazing job showcasing the 93 acres into the holiday spirit. And if you need to get in the holiday spirit, you should go check it out. It is spectacular. Let's continue the theme talking about Memphis Botanic Garden with our next guest, Olivia Wall, Director of Marketing and Communications with the Memphis Botanic Garden. She is joining us on the digital desk to talk about the gifts of green. First off, Olivia, good morning to you. Tell me how Holiday Wonders is going so far.
Good morning. Holiday Wonders is great. We kicked off on Friday, and we could not be more happy about everything that's going. The lights are beautiful. Folks are happy. The hot chocolate's delicious. Obviously, the weather's a little chilly, but we encourage everyone to bundle up, put the hats on, put the scarves on, put the kids, bundle them up and with blankets and their strollers and wagons and come on out and enjoy what is the most beautiful time of year.
No question about it. I certainly agree with you. So tell me about Gifts of Green at the Botanic Garden.
Yeah, another seasonal pop-up we do besides Holiday Wonders of the Garden is our Gifts of Green pop-up. It's an extension of our gifts shop. So we have so many wonderful, exotic, and unique house plants. And you can pick your own pot. You can pick a plant for the perfect gift. Also, wonderful botanical themed ornaments, handcrafted crafts to decorate your home. They make fantastic gifts for your host and hostess with the mostest for sure. Plus, we have all of our wonderful selections we normally have in our gift shop, from MBG branded mugs and shirts to gardening books and gardening supplies, stuff for the kids. Really, you can get a lot of your shopping done here while also supporting the Memphis Botanic Garden, which is a 501c3 nonprofit.
Fantastic. And tell me a little bit about some of the plants. I see some behind you right there. Are they seasonal? Are they, special this time of year, year round? Give me some more info.
Yeah, absolutely. So I am sitting right in the thick of our pop-up area for Gifts of Green. So we have a variety. So we do have those seasonal favorites. We have the poinsettia, we have some evergreens, but we also have a number of tropicals, which we commonly know as houseplants. And so those in Memphis in particular, they thrive outside in the summer because we do have that wonderful humid heat. But year round, bring them inside. Fill your space with lush green, which I think we all need a little bit, especially in December and January and February when things turn cold and it gets a little brown and dormant outside.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. My wife loves having the plants inside, especially this time of year. So, tell me a little bit more about how people can check it out. Is there something online where they can see it, or do they just come by and check it out?
Yeah, absolutely. We encourage folks to come and check it out. We're constantly updating it through the season, making sure that we're fully stocked. We are open every single day, 9 to 4:30. But with the exception of Christmas Eve, we close at 1 and we are closed. But you can come on 9 to 4:30 daily. We are also, the pop-up shop and gift shop are also open during our Holiday Wonders hours, which are select evenings from 5 to 8:30. So you can do a twofer there. You can come in, you can enjoy the holiday lights with your family, and then you could do some shopping and really make a night of it.
Fantastic. And just for our viewers out there, we have thousands that watch us here on the digital desk. What is the date night? When is that? Has that already happened? No, that's coming up, right?
Yeah, it's tomorrow. We're super excited about it. Holiday night. It's new for us. It's a 21 plus night. It's going to be a fantastic evening. We will have some indoor stuff, so don't worry. We know it's going to be a little chilly, so you can still take a quick walk around the lights, but you can also come and you can make a holiday ornament from plants. We're going to have a soup bar with crostini. We're going to have all sorts of fun stuff. Plus, you get 3 seasonal cocktails included with each ticket. So you can, obviously check out the lights a little bit, but you can also, cozy on up inside our wonderful spaces inside. We'll also have Santa here. So you can get that checked off your list and let him know what you want under the tree this year. And that's tomorrow night. Yeah.
Tomorrow night. Okay, appreciate it. Well, listen, Olivia Wall, we appreciate your time here on the digital desk, and happy holidays to you. It looks very festive there, and I know Holiday Wonders is going really, really well there. Thanks again.
Oh, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Happy holidays.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk for seniors, home, and community. They are central to their lives. It's a place to build relationships and friends, connect with organizations, and continue to grow and thrive. but that can't happen for all seniors out there, unfortunately. So this is a very important interview we're about to discuss because it's about new findings that we're discovering in a brand new survey done by AARP and what we can do to help our parents and grandparents. I'm joined right now on the Action News 5 digital desk by Rodney Harrell. He's VP of Family, Home, and Community for AARP. So, Rodney, good morning to you. Can you tell us a little bit about this new study done by AARP and what some of the results were?
Well, good morning. And to your point, there are some really intriguing findings in this new survey we've just released. First, we found that 3/4 of people 50 and older want to stay in their homes or their communities as long as possible. Now, we found that about half were confident they could stay in their communities, and 44% of older adults said that they may need to move in the future. So that adds up to me that most of us want to stay in our homes and stay in our communities as we age, but many of us know that our communities or our homes are missing some of the features that we need to be able to thrive there. And so closing that gap is something we might want to think about.
It is something that is kind of a conversation piece, certainly, for all of us that are concerned. Many of us out there are dealing with our aging parents, and some of us are aging grandparents. What advice do you have when it comes to starting that conversation about those next steps, I guess you could say?
Well, sure. It's important to have those conversations and to have them today. Some people think about putting off those conversations, but I've talked to too many folks that have waited until after the crisis has happened. And when that happens to you, say after you have a fall, after someone's been in the hospital, after some other change has happened, you're now in a box. And now you have limited time, limited financial resources to make those changes. So the earlier you plan, the better you're going to be. Now, to do that planning, we need to be able to talk openly and honestly as families about the issues that we have. All of us are aging, and so let's think about what might be coming down the line, what might happen, and honestly about where we are now. And that can help us to start to think about the solutions we need, because everybody's solution is about their particular home and their particular family needs. There's not a one-size-fits-all solution. But what I would say for everyone is to, again, think about the future, but to start early and to start small with the conversation. What are the small scale changes that we can make in this home? And then if we need bigger changes, well, let's think about how we're going to approach those down the line when we can.
Let me ask you this, because a lot of times some of those issues, Rodney, have to deal with improvements to someone's home, making those improvements to make it more accessible, to make it more comfortable for our aging parents and grandparents. Can you talk about some of those improvements that can help them?
Well, sure. At the small end of the scale, there are things like removing trip hazards around the home. Loose throw rugs and cords around living rooms can create fall hazards. Another small scale thing is lighting, that we need more light to see as we age. And so whether we're adding light bulbs or changing window treatments or adding windows, that can add more lighting. And what I like about paying attention to the windows is it also allows us to stay connected with the community that's outside as well. And then there's some bigger things as well, thinking about the entry to our homes. Do we have stairs there? What can we do to make that a zero-step entry? Can we put a ramp or something else in there, or change the way our front entrance is designed if we're going to make a larger scale change? How can we adapt to the stairs in the home? Can we put a bedroom or create a bedroom space on the first floor? So from small to large, there are changes we can make to make our homes work better for us. But we have to know kind of what we're starting with and then what our needs are and go from there.
Where do people make the biggest mistakes, Rodney, when it comes to this type of issue?
I think the biggest mistake that I see folks making is thinking that things will always be the same. Things are fine now, so they will be. And I'll worry about that when it comes. I remember talking to a woman in her 80s that had said just that to me. I'll worry about that when it comes. And she had this huge house with all these stairs out front. and she stares inside as well. And I kept thinking about, well, what's happened to her, a year or two later, if she had any kind of mobility change. And so, we need to think ahead. And so it's not just thinking about today, but what are things likely to happen to us, and how can we prepare for those things? And the other mistake tied to that is being intimidated by thinking it's too big of a thing to tackle. So again, starting small helps us think, well, what are the changes we can make, and perhaps build to bigger things when you have the wherewithal to do so.
A lot of times, parents and grandparents go to the independent or assisted living communities. Is that a good thing? I guess that all depends on the conversation that you have, right?
Yeah, what I'd say is that there's a wide range of solutions out there. There's not a one-size-fits-all. We've got to have all hands on deck and think about all of the different ways that we can get our needs met. And so for some of us, those are great options. What I'd like to do, though, is to make sure that people have the option to stay in their home and community if they'd like to. So for those folks who want to do that, they have that. For folks who can't do that, who need a little more help, it's great that we have different ranges of housing options for those as well. But we're going to need all the solutions that we can think of, because this older population is growing. And we're going to have more people over the age of 65 than under 18 by 2034, and we just don't have enough housing options to meet all those needs.
Good point. Anything else you wanted to mention, Rodney, before we let you go? It's an important conversation to have, and at times it can be very difficult for so many families out there, but certainly important. But anything else, any kind of advice, suggestions, tips for anybody?
Sure. It's never too early to have these conversations, as I've mentioned. And the second thing I'd say is to think about your home and the changes you can make now, and then things you might want to do tomorrow. But also think about the community that the home is in as well. Are we able to get around? Do we have the kind of community elements we need? A home is in a location too, and so all of that goes together in thinking about, is this the right place to age? And if so, what can we do to make that easier for me?
Okay, Rodney Harrell, VP of Family, Home, and Community for AARP. I really appreciate this discussion, an important one to have, as so many families deal with parents and grandparents that are aging, and they need various wants. They have some needs out there, but it's certainly a discussion that needs to be had. We appreciate all the suggestions and advice you gave us here on the Digital Desk. Thanks.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk here on a Wednesday morning. Of course, a very active Wednesday morning when it comes down to the rain and storms pushing across the Mid-South. Obviously, a very messy morning commute has been realized here across the Mid-South. Thankfully, the afternoon commute will be drier, but we will be trending cooler at the very same time. As we look at the forecast temperatures for the remainder of the next few hours, again, temperatures come dropping through the remainder of the day. So our warmest part of the day has already occurred. And from here, we continue the downward spiral down through the 50s as we head through the remainder of the day. So by the time you're heading home from work and school this afternoon, we'll be right around 50 degrees and continue to drop all the way down to the 30s by the time we wake up early tomorrow morning. Of course, the rain and storms continue their southward and eastward track here this morning. The bulk of the rain should be coming to an end here in the city of Memphis by the time we're towards about 10, 11 o'clock this morning. But for North Mississippi, East Central portion, eastern areas of West Tennessee, More likely, the rain continues through at least midday, maybe 1 o'clock or so before things start to taper off. The afternoon commute drier. We'll have even some peaks of sun for a few folks, but more clouds than not. Temperatures will continue to drop off as skies begin to clear out overnight tonight, dropping into the 30s to wake up early on your Thursday morning. Now, watch out for some patchy zones of fog that could develop by early tomorrow morning. And temperatures will be above freezing, so we shouldn't have any issues of freezing fog, but fog nonetheless that could slow you down in a few spots. That will lift and back to the sunshine we go into the upper 40s and low 50s expected to start off, get through the afternoon hours of Thursday. Now, another upper disturbance will pivot across the Ohio River Valley, and that's what's actually going to keep our temperatures pretty chilly going through the day on Friday. We'll try to nudge our way back to the low 40s through the afternoon hours, but that's going to be the nudge of colder air that's going to drop southward, keep our temperatures pretty chilly heading towards the end of the week. Maybe some snow flurries and snow showers up along the Cumberland Plateau as we head into your Friday. So if you're heading eastbound, heading towards East Tennessee, you may run into a couple of spots where some snow showers may be possible, including the overnight period. Back here at home, it's all going to be dry and clear. Of course, with all the active weather that we've got going on, we want you to say weather where anytime and everywhere on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. Now, when it comes down to it, I just mentioned, we've got one batch of cooler air dropping southward, but there's another reinforcing shot of colder air that will likely drop into the area as we head into Thursday night into your Friday. So actually, our warmest part of the next cool down will be tomorrow with a high near 50, then 40s for highs as we head towards Friday and Saturday and even Sunday as well before we start to warm back up as we head into Christmas week. So again, falling temperatures, that 62's already happened. Actually, the warmest that we were like 65 at one point this morning. So we'll continue that downward trend. We showed you the hourly temperatures on the downward slope for the remainder of the day. Of course, the rain showers will start to taper off as we get past lunchtime today in most locations. Here comes the sunshine again after a couple of banks of fog early tomorrow morning. A temperature near 50 degrees to high, low 40s for highs. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, lows in the 20s when you wake up those mornings. As we get into the start of next week, we'll start adding in a few more clouds, a little bit more moisture. Temperatures in the mid 50s on Monday, mid 50s again on Tuesday, and also adding in some opportunities for rain for Christmas Eve. Tuesday's Christmas Eve, by the way. Wednesday being Christmas Day, mostly cloudy skies. Chances for rain still possible, around 30% opportunity on Wednesday in the upper 50s. And then we continue an upward trend to the low 60s Thursday, Friday. So if you are looking at a time to possibly go to do your Christmas shopping, last minute Christmas shopping, or you got to get on the roadway to head to your Christmas destination, I think the weekend is boding well for you. Yet cold, it's at least dry and quiet. And then we add in, again, the opportunities for rain on Christmas Eve that may linger into Christmas Day, and the pattern turns unsettled but staying mild heading beyond Christmas, and it probably will stay on the milder side of things as we round out 2024 and head into 2025.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. The holidays are upon us, and so is the hustle and bustle of the season. More than half of all Americans, more than half, plan to travel this holiday season, and we have some new tools out there that you can use to make your traveling just a little bit easier. We have Robert Ferreira joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, a Google Trends expert, to explain some of these new tools. I love it, Robert, when we talk about these new tools that Google has that just kind of make some of the things we do a little bit easier. I'm all ears. Go for it. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks so much for having me. I know it's absolutely wild to think about how fast this year has gone, and Thanksgiving's right around the corner. But luckily at Google, we have the trends and tips to kind of help you tackle the holiday season this year. I think the biggest thing too is with folks, hitting the road, getting on their flights back home. Travel could be really, really overwhelming. But Google Maps is a really, really incredible tool. I rely on it constantly. So whether you're avoiding holiday traffic jams with real-time updates or suggested routes, finding the best time to leave your destination, it's really, really a powerful tool to have handy for you. Specifically this year, we actually launched a bunch of new features that are really helpful too if you're actually hitting the road. So for example, weather disruptions is a new one too. So with weather disruptions, you can actually use Google Maps to find weather-related road closures. So whether it's a hazard like unplowed roads or flooding, you're able to really get helpful alerts about upcoming traffic and conditions so you know before you leave. And also lots of folks with electric vehicles. So with our new EV planning feature in Google Maps, you can actually plan your road trip with charging stops along the way, making sure you never lose any juice, that you're actually ready to go. And you can actually use Google Maps to find compatible stations for your specific model as well, which is great.
That is great. And yeah, the weather disruptions, boy, that is a pain in the butt for sure. What about those who are traveling via plane for the holidays?
Yeah, for traveling via plane, Google Flights is just such a great tool. I mean, I use it for all of my trips personally. And a new feature that we have actually launched recently is the cheapest tab as well. So it can be a little bit overwhelming when you normally go into flight research mode. There's a lot of different options, layovers, different airports. But if you are looking for a budget-conscious selection and you're in a bind or you need to book that flight as soon as possible, you procrastinated, we actually have a new cheapest tab in Google Flights that you can toggle to, and it will just narrow down those selections by the most cost-effective options too. And of course, if you prefer a direct flight, if you prefer a certain airport, you can always use the filters to toggle your results as well.
Yeah, that's Google Flights is such a great tool to use. I use it for sure. What about crowds and all those headaches and hassles that come with crowds and all the traffic?
Absolutely. I mean, Google Maps is another really great tool for that. So we use busyness data for businesses between their typical open hours in the US, and it's a really, really great resource. So if you're looking, whether it's the airport, a bakery, a grocery store, a retail store, if you're doing Black Friday shopping, you can actually go to that business within Google Maps and it'll tell you the best times to visit those locations. So it'll give you the busiest times, the least busy times, when you should actually do those shopping trips. And it's really, really helpful. I use it all the time just to kind of make sure that I'm not stuck in the endless sea of crowds. So it's really great.
Yeah, it sounds awesome. I love it. I love it. So is there a place online where we can see some of these new tools?
Yeah, definitely. I think toggling to Google Maps is a great way to check out the features that I was talking about. I think blog.google.com is a great resource as well. It has all of our most recent blog posts and tips and tricks about these products. You can dive a little bit deeper and try them for yourself. Another good resource too is the Gemini app as well. So that's our personal AI assistant as well. So it's a great way to use AI to tackle a lot of your holiday to-do list. So you can actually download, we actually just launched the iOS app for iPhone users last week. So now everyone can go to their app store and download that as well.
All right, Robert Ferreira, Google Trends expert, joining us on the digital desk. Robert, we appreciate all the tips and tricks this holiday season. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Happy holidays.
Good morning. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. The holidays are here, and this year shoppers are starting to shop for those gifts earlier than ever. Let's talk about some of the hot things. We got lifestyle expert Chassie Post here to hook us up with some of those trending gifts out there. And I know that one of them, Chassie, is travel, right? Good morning.
Yes, good morning, and thanks so much for having me at 1-800-Flowers Family of Brands. We love helping you express and connect and celebrate your loved ones because giving is the gift. So I brought along a few of my favorites, and travel gifts are really trending, like you said, this year. And you know, so many of us are about to hit the road. I'm going across the country for a big old family holiday. So any gift that can make travel a little bit easier, maybe a little bit more stylish, is at the top of my list. So I have been obsessed with Personalization Mall and Things Remembered's new exclusive collection with fan favorite brand Vera Bradley. I mean, this iconic brand is so popular, but it's even a TikTok star now with over 100 million views. And this collection, they're fashionable, they're functional, they can be custom embroidered with a name or monogram or initial, and they also have luxe leather pieces with, you know, little engraved zipper charms. So this is a great gift that's also useful all year long.
We were talking earlier about how to make sure we don't overindulge on all that eating, but I understand food is a big gift this time of year. Tell me more.
It sure is. I mean, I love giving gifts that, you know, gets everybody together and celebrating, and food usually does the trick. So one of my favorite gourmet brands is Harry and David. They have all sorts of delicious deliveries, from, you know, Rudolph-inspired sweets trays to, you know, cookie decorating kits. These are actually from Cheryl's Cookies, and you can serve up those cookies, you know, to Santa on a personalized tray.
What about those gifts to help deck the halls there, Chassie?
Yes, I have to say, personalized gifts are one of my absolute favorites. From, you know, personalized ornaments that just are beautiful keepsakes starting at under $10 from Personalization Mall to, you know, personalized wrapping paper. How wonderful is that? To even custom little stockings, you know, whether you're a Chiefs fan, whatever your favorite team is, or you need a stocking for your favorite little furry friend. I love personalized gifts.
I love personalized gifts too. Anything else you want to share with us before we let you go?
Yes, so I also love a tradition, right? I mean, especially a delicious one. So a holiday tradition that is one of my favorites are Harry and David's Royal Riviera pears. Families have been sending them for 90 years. So they're so nostalgic. Also, I mean, charcuterie. Is it even a party without charcuterie? I don't think so. So they also have a really fabulous spread that comes with its own slate board with the personalized with your name on it. And lastly, hostess gifts. I mean, I love a gift that makes my life easier if I'm hosting. So a beautiful centerpiece from Magnificent Roses. This is made out of preserved roses that lasts over a year. So that makes a gorgeous centerpiece. And this jolly little Santa cake. Oh, I love it so much. It's made out of flowers, and it's actually made by a talented local florist right there in your community. So it's a great way to support a local business.
I love it. Okay. Is there a place online we can go for more information on this?
Yes, head on over to 1-800-Flowers.com for everything we talked about. And happy holidays. Thank you so much for having me.
Well, Chassie, you are definitely decked out with the holidays. I love the backdrop. I love everything you got there. And thanks so very much for sharing it.
Oh, thank you so much.
All right. Another live look from our Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. There's some new data that reveals 55% of youth ages 10 to 24 report some sort of mental health struggle, with 1 in 5 youth reporting symptoms of depression and 1 in 4 reporting symptoms of anxiety. And research also shows that these teens are most likely to turn to parents for their support. There is a new national campaign. It's called Sound It Out. It's created by the Ad Council in partnership with Pivotal. It's released a new series of PSAs to remind parents and caregivers of the important role in supporting young people's emotional well-being. Let's talk to someone about this new campaign and some of the goals behind it. I'm joined right now by Dr. Charmaine Jackman. She is joining us on the digital desk to talk a little bit about this Sound It Out campaign. Dr. Jackman, good morning to you. So tell me a little bit more about the data that you've heard about that I mentioned off the top, and what this ad campaign specifically supposed to target. Good morning.
Absolutely. Good morning to you as well, and good morning to your listeners. I am thrilled to be here speaking with you about this campaign. This is very important. I am a mom of teens, and so this just comes at the right time. Our goal, what we're seeing in the data is high incidences of depression and anxiety. Recent report from Sergio's Health Youth Mental Health Tracker shows that 55% of youth are reporting some struggle with mental health concerns. And we're seeing high rates of depression, about 20% in our youth, and 25% reporting anxiety. So again, a wonderful time to be talking about this. And I think one of the things that we try to do with the Sound It Out Together campaign is to raise the awareness and give parents and caregivers tools that they can use to actually support their young people's mental health and well-being. One of the critical things, one of the new pieces is a very interactive videos of sharing with young people, talking about struggles that they're having and giving ways for parents to jump into those conversations. Now, the Sound It Out Together really loves to provide parents and caregivers with tools, cool tools that kids will love and enjoy. But this one, there's an interactive video which actually teaches parents and caregivers how to hold space for young people.
I was going to ask, can you tell us a little bit more about this PSA, what it looks like, and how it's trying to reach those parents and caregivers out there?
Absolutely. So there are interactive videos. So if you go on our website, sounditouttogether.org, you'll see lots of resources. One are these Listening is a Sound of Love, is this new campaign that we've launched. And it really is showing parents and showcasing how to use the tool of active listening to really hold space for your young people, for the children in your life. So what it looks like is you'll see videos of young people talking about some experiences they're having at school, maybe sharing some emotions that they're experiencing. And then you can pause, and then there's actually like a teaching moment, which teaches the parent how they can jump into that conversation. So I think that the Ad Council, we really try to create tools that make it easy for young people and for parents to talk. Another tool is a conversation starter pack, which gives parents and caregivers prompts, big conversation starters, how to start those conversations. Sometimes it's always hard to know how to jump in, how to open up the space. So that's another tool as well.
So tell me about some of the warning signs out there for parents as they try to look for ways to see if their child is struggling or not.
Absolutely. And I think this is a great time that we're having this conversation. We know the holidays are coming up. Our children will be home with us for, about 2 weeks of time. And it's a great way to kind of pay attention. I think one of the things that I always tell parents that I work with and caregivers is look for changes. So you might be noticing changes in who their friends are, changes in their mood. And sometimes we can see teens be, their emotions can run all over the place, but kind of what is the baseline? What is their typical baseline? And then what's out of the ordinary? You're seeing them pulling away more, not engaging with friends, not engaging with family, maybe trying to skip meals. right? Those are definitely some warning signs. And I always tell folks, parents, when you have a concern, do something. Don't just say, oh, it's just their teen years, they're just going through a phase. Jump in, ask a question, check in with them. Talk to their teachers, talk to their advisors. It's really easy to attribute everything to this teen and puberty, but it's so important for you to check in with them. And as much as they may say they like it or roll their eyes, they actually appreciate those times when we check in with them.
Let me ask you this, because sometimes it can be difficult for parents to just kind of broach this subject. Hey, are you doing okay? Is there anything you need help with? Is there maybe some good suggestions, ideas, advice that you may have for those parents out there that really need to have those starter conversations?
Absolutely. And so I'm a mom, two teenagers, so I know the struggle is real. So, but some questions you can ask. Sometimes if you ask those close-ended questions, you get the one-word response, right? How are you doing? Good. Right? So tell me about something great that happened today. Tell me about something that it was a struggle today, right? So it helps you to, those open-ended questions where they actually have to give you more than one word are great ways. And if they kind of shut you down in that moment, persist. Don't give up, right? It's they also are trying to test to see if you're gonna go away right away. How easy can they get rid of you? But stay in those conversations. Keep it a routine, mix it up a little bit, and again, our website Sound It Out Together has this conversation starter, so prompts you can use, strategies for active listening, but also lots of tools around just how do you different scenarios and how do you navigate those with your children. But I think asking those questions and remembering that it's not just one conversation. This is a long-term game. So mixing it up, letting them know that you're there. And the most important part around the listening piece is listening without judgment, listening without solving. Make sure that you are present for them. When you're listening, put your phone down and make sure you're giving them your full attention.
Good advice there. Sounditouttogether.org for everyone that's looking for more tips, more resources out there for parents to deal with, or at least to talk with teens dealing with some mental health issues. Anything else before we let you go, before the holiday season wraps up here? I mean, you're right. This is a good time to really kind of maybe hone in on some of those issues. Anything else before we let you go?
Yeah, I think it's always important to let your children know that you're here for them and that you're here as a listening support. As they grow older, you will always be there. And I think, once they know that you're there, that you're going to listen with attention and not to like judge them, I think young people really start to open up. So don't feel the stress going into that one conversation, right? Remember, there's going to be many conversations you're going to have. And if it falls flat, it's okay. Go to our website and get some new tools. But we're here to support for sure.
Okay, Dr. Charmaine Jackman, we really appreciate your time here on the Digital Desk, and valuable information certainly for so many parents and grandparents and other caregivers out there. We appreciate your time.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk here on a Wednesday morning. Of course, a very active Wednesday morning when it comes down to the rain and storms pushing across the Mid-South. Obviously, a very messy morning commute has been realized here across the Mid-South. Thankfully, the afternoon commute will be drier, but we will be trending cooler at the very same time. As we look at the forecast temperatures for the remainder of the next few hours, again, temperatures come dropping through the remainder of the day. So our warmest part of the day has already occurred. And from here, we continue the downward spiral down through the 50s as we head through the remainder of the day. So by the time you're heading home from work and school this afternoon, we'll be right around 50 degrees and continue to drop all the way down to the 30s by the time we wake up early tomorrow morning. Of course, the rain and storms continue their southward and eastward track here this morning. The bulk of the rain should be coming to an end here in the city of Memphis by the time we're towards about 10, 11 o'clock this morning. But for North Mississippi, east central portion, eastern areas of West Tennessee, more likely the rain continues through at least midday, maybe 1 o'clock or so before things start to taper off. The afternoon commute drier. We'll have even some peaks of sun for a few folks, but more clouds than not. Temperatures will continue to drop off as skies begin to clear out overnight tonight, dropping into the 30s to wake up early on your Thursday morning. Now watch out for some patchy zones of fog that could develop by early tomorrow morning, and temperatures will be above freezing, so we shouldn't have any issues of freezing fog, but fog nonetheless that could slow you down in a few spots. That will lift and back to the sunshine we go into the upper 40s and low 50s expected to start off, get through the afternoon hours of Thursday. Now another upper disturbance will pivot across the Ohio River Valley, and that's what's actually going to keep our temperatures pretty chilly going through the day on Friday. We'll try to nudge our way back to the low 40s through the afternoon hours, but that's going to be the nudge of colder air that's going to drop southward, keep our temperatures pretty chilly heading towards the end of the week. Maybe some snow flurries and snow showers up along the Cumberland Plateau as we head into your Friday. So if you're heading eastbound, heading towards East Tennessee, you may run into a couple of spots where some snow showers may be possible, including the overnight period. Back here at home, it's all going to be dry and clear. Of course, with all the active weather that we've got going on, we want you to say weather where, anytime and everywhere on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. Now, when it comes down to it, I just mentioned, we've got one batch of cooler air dropping southward, but there's another reinforcing shot of colder air that will likely drop into the area as we head into Thursday night into your Friday. So actually, our warmest part of the next cool down will be tomorrow with a high near 50, then 40s for highs as we head towards Friday and Saturday and even Sunday as well before we start to warm back up as we head into Christmas week. So again, falling temperatures, that 62's already happened. Actually, the warmest that we were like 65 at one point this morning. So we'll continue that downward trend. We showed you the hourly temperatures on the downward slope for the remainder of the day. Of course, the rain showers will start to taper off as we get past lunchtime today in most locations. Here comes the sunshine again after a couple of banks of fog early tomorrow morning. A temperature near 50 degrees to high, low 40s for highs. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, lows in the 20s when you wake up those mornings. As we get into the start of next week, we'll start adding in a few more clouds, a little bit more moisture. Temperatures in the mid 50s on Monday, mid 50s again on Tuesday, and also adding in some opportunities for rain for Christmas Eve. Tuesday's Christmas Eve, by the way. Wednesday being Christmas Day, mostly cloudy skies. Chances for rain still possible, around 30% opportunity on Wednesday in the upper 50s. And then we continue an upward trend to the low 60s Thursday, Friday. So if you are looking at a time to possibly go to do your Christmas shopping, last minute Christmas shopping, or you got to get on the roadway to head to your Christmas destination, I think the weekend is boding well for you. Yet cold, it's at least dry and quiet. And then we add in, again, the opportunities for rain on Christmas Eve that may linger into Christmas Day, and the pattern turns unsettled but staying mild heading beyond Christmas, and it probably will stay on the milder side of things as we round out 2024 and head into 2025.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We are always trying to improve our lives, and with the new year just a few weeks away, those New Year's resolutions are popping up with ideas to make us better in 2025. Of course, health and fitness is usually top of mind for so many people, and it's tough sometimes because a lot of people will start strong during the new year in that month of January, and then by February and March, so many people fall off. So how do we keep our New Year's resolutions throughout the year? Let's bring in someone to help us through that. I'm joined now by Kristen Skinner. She is someone who leads Lifetime Fitness trainers at Lifetime Fitness in Collierville. She is joining us on the digital desk. Kristen, glad to have you back this morning. Let's talk about first setting New Year's resolutions, goals, and ideas. What should we be doing to make sure that we can connect with these goals throughout the year? Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. Thanks for having me on. I love watching the digital desk. This topic is so dear for me, and it's something that I discuss with clients and members and family all year long. But as you're deciding on 2025, one big thing and why this topic came to mind is that waiting until January 1st oftentimes can set us up to fall right away. So if you begin by reflecting early, and I do that towards the end of every month also, I begin by reflecting to set goals for the next month. So as we begin to set goals for 2025, right now is a really good time to pause and reflect. And if you stop and think back on 2024, think about the achievements of the year. Did you set goals? Did you hit those goals, whether it was weight loss or maybe strength gains? And if not, think about the obstacles, the bumps in the road that you hit along the way. And where you reflect on that is, what did we learn from that? What lessons can we take away from that? So this, just sitting down, pausing, reflecting, thinking about what have I learned this year, whether I hit the goals or not, that will help you set up potential better goals going into the new year.
I like that. And, you know, so many people, and I know this because I see them, you know, when we all go to the gym, we see it is packed in January, and, you know, slowly in February, slowly in March, a lot of the crowds seem to just kind of dissolve and are gone very quickly. What are some cutting edge ways that we can keep up these goals and these ideas throughout the year? Because that's the hardest part, right?
100%. You know, I say that it's easy to do and it's easy not to do, right? Like those of us who are disciplined and consistent and we keep showing up, it's hard for us also. We just make a conscious decision to make that happen. So for those that might feel as though they're going to start trickling off come March, April, May, when it starts to warm up outside and there's other things to do, the first thing I would suggest is to have an accountability partner, whether that's myself or a personal trainer here at Lifetime, or maybe even a close friend. Let's say if you choose to, if it's really nice outside, have a buddy to go for a walk or go for a run or a bike ride. But have that buddy also 3 or 4 days out of the week meet you at the gym, and just having that built-in accountability right from the get-go can help to hold you accountable, you know, all quarter, all year, hopefully.
Yeah, I love that. Having a buddy throughout the year, I've always found when I'm working out with a friend, you know, even on those days where you're so tired, you don't want to go to the gym, a buddy will get you into the gym when you don't want to. Tell me about the SMART goal method. I understand that's kind of cutting edge, isn't it?
It is. SMART goals are related to all things, whether it's goals that you have for your family or goals that you have for your business. We take SMART goals here at Lifetime in goal setting sessions. Our goal setting sessions for our members don't cost anything. So we encourage everyone to sit down and do a goal setting session with us. And in that session, we talk about SMART goals. The SMART goal method refers to specific, measurable, achievable, relatable, or relevant, and time bound. So you can put a time limit or an end goal in mind. So when you sit down and reflect, that plays a huge part in setting your SMART goals. So understanding how the past year went, and how you can set yourself up going into 2025. And that's where, if you need guidance, we can sit down and go through that with you. But having resources to help, whether it's an app, a meal planning guide, if that's your goal to eat better, sitting down with that. So you set something that's specific, like setting a milestone throughout the year to hit certain weight loss goals. And then how are you going to measure that? How are you going to track it? Whether it's with a food tracker or your scale, or maybe it's, with measuring tape if you're taking body measurements, or maybe it's an endurance goal like running your first 5K. As you're going through these goals, it helps you just to check back in. And like I said, at the end of every month, you can sit down and reflect on that. How did that go? Come and have a conversation with us, and we can talk about, going into the next month. But having that goal, for teenagers even, is a great idea to just put some specific things up on a Post-it note on your mirror so that you can check in with yourself first thing every day.
I love it. Great advice there, Kristen. What about the mistakes that people make? What are some common pitfalls that people make and maybe ways to avoid it?
Well, I would say one of the biggest obstacles or pitfalls, as you called it, is setting something that's just not realistic. If you set a goal that is so unattainable that you just set yourself up to crash and burn right away. Like if you have, over 50 pounds to lose and try to reach that in a short period of time, you're just going to set yourself up to be frustrated. If you set goals to do things that you've never done before and you go about that by yourself, again, you're going to set yourself up to hit some obstacles right away because there's things that you're not really going to know how to do. If being in a gym setting is a little bit intimidating to you, and if you set your goal to be in the gym 5 days of the week, and yet that's not an environment that you're comfortable with, again, having accountability, having someone that you can check in with to go little by little by little. If you're planning to work out for the first time and you haven't worked out in a really, really long time and you're coming back, having someone help you set up a plan can help you prevent injury. So if you face an injury, that's going to create a huge obstacle for you, and then you'll be out until you fully heal. So yeah, there's definitely others for sure. Like if you let the weather become an obstacle, if it's raining outside and you choose not to get out because it's raining, set yourself up with something like our Lifetime Digital app so that you can do your workouts right there in your living room.
I love it. I love it. Kristen, anything else before we let you go that would be some great advice for people looking to stay healthy, stay on course with those fitness goals in 2025?
Yeah, not all goals have to be fitness related goals or weight loss related goals. You can set goals for any and all parts of your health. Like, we said if you wanted to improve your endurance, that's a physical goal. A nutritional goal might be to have a more balanced diet, maybe to improve your hydration or to do some meal planning. But before all of that, I encourage you to set goals for your mental wellness. Set goals to try to reduce your stress, to have maybe a mental health practice. That can all start with getting better sleep. So if you start with a simple goal of getting the right amount of sleep every night, start your day with some quiet time, a little bit of meditation to help reduce your stress, and then maybe get some movement right away first thing. Starting the day well can help launch you into being successful with whatever goal you set for yourself in 2025.
All right, Kristen Skinner, Lifetime Fitness in Collierville. Always appreciate you coming on the Digital Desk, offering some great tips, great advice this holiday season and beyond in 2025. We appreciate it. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Opportunity R3. It is a guide that offers a path to further your education or to prepare for workforce readiness. This is a City of Memphis program. Again, Opportunity R3 program. Let's talk with the manager of this program. I'm joined right now by Gerald Joyner. He is with the City of Memphis and this Opportunity R3 program. Gerald, thanks so much for joining us on the Digital Desk. So first off, tell me how this program came about, what is it, and who's currently looking into this program to benefit themselves later in life. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. This program was started in early winter of 2022. It is a program that is designed to aid and assist opportunity youth, which is considered 16 to 24-year-olds who are not in school and not on a career pathway and unemployed. And so it's pretty much a workforce development as well as a skills and career pathway training. We kind of do a three-tentacle approach. We service people from 16 years old to 24 years old, and we have cohorts throughout the year that last 4 weeks. R3 is rethinking, rebuilding, and rebranding. There's 4 weeks for each session, and the sessions are dedicated. Each week is dedicated to one of the R's. Week 1 is rethinking. Week 2 is rebuilding. Week 4 is rebranding. And week 3, which I think is the culmination of the fourth and the first and second weeks, is career shadowing. So whatever career field that you are interested in, we guarantee you an opportunity for 5 days to shadow any career field of choice. We've done everything from healthcare, nursing, to law, to even wrestling. We had a participant that was interested in wrestling. And so you shadow that career, because when you're shadowing careers, of course, you're always looking to see if that career is for you or if that's not the career for you. So it's an opportunity for them to gain real life skills. We have facilitate sessions that deal with financial literacy, interaction with law enforcement, conflict resolution, effective communication, as well as mental and health wellness. So it's kind of a holistic approach to get young people prepared for our labor force. And of course, we know our major industries here. Not only are we about to become the digital delta of the world, you have AI, you have IT, healthcare, logistics, advanced manufacturing, education. And so we like to zero in on those particular career pathways that have the leading industries here in Memphis, Tennessee.
Gerald, I love it. I love it. There's a lot to unpack there. So, so you mentioned this is for youth 16 to 24 years old that are not currently in education. Does that mean someone who perhaps is, a high school sophomore or junior, can they participate in something like this?
No, only 16 to 24-year-olds that are not in school and not employed. And so obviously Youth Services has programs, City of Memphis Youth Services has programs designed to aid and assist those that are already in school. Now, our 16 and 17-year-olds that come to us that might be truant from school, it could be any issues that they might not be enrolled in school. We're partnered with Memphis City Schools where we get them back in schools. Our 18 to 24-year-olds, what we do for them, we also track them. I failed to mention that we track our participants for up to a year. So when you leave our 4-week session, our 4-week cohorts, you're either going to have an educational pathway, meaning you're enrolled in a 2-year, 4-year college or an industry recognized credential program. You have immediate employment opportunity, whereas you are either getting an interview or have been employed by some of our employment partners, or you have an entry-level position already in the career field of your choice, like IT, things that might be that you might be able to get certification quicker in. And so when you leave us, you come like a tabula rasa. You come as a blank slate. But when you leave us, you are either enrolled and have been admitted and attending some type of certification program or college, and or you have immediate employment or employment in your career field of choice. So that's the whole goal and objective of this program, to make sure that we're aiding and assisting and adding to the local workforce.
So let me ask you this, Gerald. You said it's been around since 2022. How many youth between 16 and 24 have been a part of this program, and how many do you expect to get on average each year?
Approximately 300 have been served up until this point, and we're still serving. Now, I want to mention also, even within our cohorts, we're 52 weeks. So even those that might miss a cohort session, we're still getting them out of our registry, doing interviews and getting them career shadowing opportunities, as well as possible employment, as well as aiding and assisting them in getting tuition assistance, as well as getting enrolled in particular programs. So we'd like to service about 150 to 200 in this upcoming year. So everybody can, anybody can apply if you fall within those parameters. we kind of want to operate as if we're a guidance counselor, because so many times young people especially when you look at 18 to 24 or 16 to 24, they might not understand the career pathway. We're building career pathways, not just jobs, because that's what we need here in Memphis. And so what happens is the opportunity youth, it's about 40 to 75,000 opportunity youth in the Memphis and Shelby County area. And so they say, if you have opportunity youth that aren't working and not in school, what becomes of them? And so we want them to become a real active citizens. And so I'm raising a teenager myself. And so when they don't know their career pathway, we're here to help aid and assist and guide them. We're the plug, we're the network for them, because sometimes they don't know where they want to go. And so they get to a real on hand, kind of almost like a week-long internship, so to speak, in that career field. And so we also have pathways, not just with our educational partners, our career pathway partners, our occupational partners, but we also pathway them through the city of Memphis. We've had people through our program that are now working in public safety, public service corps, solid waste, human resources, code enforcement, Memphis Parks, everything.
Yeah. So tell me about, you said 52 weeks. Who are teaching these courses, these programs? How does that work? Is it with a school? Is it just people independent? How does that work?
We have a staff of career pathway specialists who aid and assist them on their career pathways and educational pathways. And we have facilitators that facilitate those particular sessions that I mentioned, from effective communication to financial literacy. But we're partnered with a lot of subject matter experts. For instance, our computer literacy facilitation course, we bring in Memphis Public Library. For our financial literacy, we partner with Pinnacle Bank and First Horizon. They come in and do that session. Baptist Hospital, we partner with them, and they come do the mental health piece. Effective communication, we have someone come in and do that piece. So we have a staff on deck here at the city of Memphis, and then we also partner with people that are experts in that particular facilitation session that we're doing, and they come in and facilitate those.
That's fantastic. Okay, so 300 since its inception. How many are out there? You have 300 in the program since 2022. How many are out there that you would like to reach?
As I said before, there's estimates have been everywhere from 40,000 opportunity youth to 75,000 in the Memphis and Shelby County area. Like I said, we're trying to reach as many as possible. We also partner with other nonprofits and government entities that aid and assist that particular demographic. And so we would like to see as many as possible as we can, because if we can't, our numbers, we would like 150, 200, as many as we possibly can. But those that we can assist, we have wraparound services and partners that can aid and assist that demographic as well.
Gerald, I appreciate this. This is great to hear. We're getting the message out. I appreciate all the hard work. Let me ask you this. If someone is watching this and they have an idea, perhaps of being a part of this, or they know someone that should be a part of this, how do they sign up? Where can they go online and check it all out?
If you are interested, if you know anybody 16 to 24-year-olds that are not in school and not working and looking to get on a career pathway, opportunity.memphistn.gov. That's opportunity.memphistn, like Memphis, Tennessee.gov. Again, opportunity.memphistn.gov is how they register online, and our staff will get back with them, and then we'll begin the process of vetting them, interviewing them, and seeing how we can aid and assist them to get them those career shadowing opportunities, to get them in front of employers that are willing to employ them.
Gerald Joyner, spreading cheer this holiday season.
Yeah, you
with
see
a
the Christmas
brand new
tree.
program. I love it. I love it. Happy holidays to you.
Happy
Thanks for
holidays,
coming on the
Merry
Digital
Christmas,
Desk.
Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa. All that.
Thanks for coming on the Digital Desk and explaining this very valuable event and community organization, and also an opportunity really for so many thousands of youth that are looking for those opportunities. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Every day, more than 1,000 children receive a cancer diagnosis. As you can imagine, that is a life-changing moment for so many families, and studies show 60% of families lose significant household income and are hit with financial hardship as a result of that cancer diagnosis. But right now, there is a group that is created scholarships for families affected by cancer. That group is Northwest Mutual. In fact, they have a Northwest Mutual Childhood Cancer Scholarship Program. I am joined right now by Steve Radke. He's part of Northwest Mutual's Childhood Cancer Scholarship Program. It's been around for several years. Steve, good morning to you. Let's first talk about how it was formed and some of the reasons why. Good morning.
Sure. Good morning, Andrew. Thanks for having me. As you mentioned in the introduction, every day over 1,000 children around the world are diagnosed with cancer. For over a decade, Northwestern Mutual has been trying to end that. We and our financial advisors around the country, we help fund research for better treatments and cures so that someday no child will get a cancer diagnosis. But until then, we're trying to support children and their families affected by this disease. We try to create what we call golden moments, little moments of brightness in what can otherwise really be a daunting journey. And these golden moments can be anything from sending a kid to a day camp, to giving them a bedroom makeover, to what we want to talk about today, these college scholarships.
Yeah, that hits home for us here in Memphis. Of course, we are home to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital that does amazing work for so many kids that are diagnosed with cancer. And so tell me a little bit more about the scholarship program. Very curious.
Yeah, we started this program back in 2017 because we realized, for all families, the cost of college is a major expense. And as you alluded to, we also know that a cancer diagnosis, in addition to the other stresses that it causes on a family, can also cause significant financial strain. And we want to help that at Northwestern Mutual. So today we're really excited that we're announcing a new round of funding, $500,000 of scholarships for survivors of childhood cancer. And because we know these diagnoses impact the entire family, we also open the scholarship program up to siblings of childhood cancer survivors. Since we started this program,
really cool.
we've helped.
I love that idea.
I
I was just going to interject for a minute, Steve. I think that's fantastic. So you have not only the children affected by cancer directly, but also their siblings are eligible for scholarships too. So tell me more about how to apply, the whole process, and how much scholarships are.
Sure. We're going to be providing scholarships for 50 students this year, scholarships of up to $10,000. And to apply, it's very easy. You can go to the Northwestern Mutual Foundation's website, nmfoundation.com, and there's all sorts of additional information about the scholarships and how to apply, and actually a link to an application.
Okay, so we're talking about a total of $500,000 in scholarship money. Is that right?
Exactly. Hey, and if I could just add one other interesting thing that we've found since we've started this program, a lot of the students who go through this actually choose to go into medical fields. And as we've gotten to know them, they said that they've been so inspired by their doctors, nurses, researchers that they've encountered. They're trying to follow in their footsteps. And we never intended that. We're kind of surprised, but we're really inspired, and we're glad that we're having that kind of impact through this program.
Fantastic. Yeah, we see that all the time with St. Jude. Some of the patients there turn out to work eventually at St. Jude to help other kids going through what they went through. Steve Radke, really appreciate you coming on the digital desk. Thanks so much for telling us about the scholarship program, Northwestern Mutual's scholarship program, and happy holidays. Back here in the Action News 5 digital desk, we have an amazing event after the holidays at Memphis Botanic Garden. It is called Holiday Afterglow Nights, and it's happening December 6th through the 28th. I'm joined right now on the Action News 5 digital desk by Jenna Harris. She is Director of Education and Events at Memphis Botanic Garden. So Jenna, tell me about this. I know Holiday Wonder is going really, really well, is it?
Yeah. Holiday Wonders is going great. Tonight is our 901 night. That's why I'm here in our Memphis blue, celebrating everything that's great about the 901. So tonight we'll have Pouncer here. We'll have our friends from the Orpheum, from Playhouse on the Square. We even have a throne over here, and that's going to be for the king. And so we're going to have Elvis strolling through, entertaining everyone. And then we'll actually have a vendor's market as well with some kids entrepreneur market. Some of our favorite Memphis local artisans will be here. So yeah, it's going really well, and we're excited for the rest of the season.
Excellent, excellent. So tell me about December 26th through the 28th.
Yeah, so, after Christmas, everybody's still wanting to get together, have a good time, come outside and enjoy the garden, enjoy spending time with your family. And so we decided to kind of change up Holiday Wonders a little bit. So if you've been, you can come back again. And Afterglow will be all of Holiday Wonders lit up, but then we'll also have fire pits set out on our great lawn where you can get the stuff to roast s'mores, sit around the fires, talk about what a great holiday season you all had together, and just enjoy being able to come out and see the lights one more time, because we won't have it again until next year.
Exactly. So this is December 26th, 27th, 28th. Can people come mainly at night? Is it during the day? What?
Yeah, so it is the evening event, same hours as Holiday Wonders. So ticketing and all of that is all on that same Holiday Wonders ticketing page. If you've come to Holiday Wonders, you actually can get a discount to be able to come back for the Holiday Afterglow if you want to come back and enjoy it again. But yeah, all the ticketing is the same. Just go to the membg.org, and then the information on the times and the tickets will be right there on that site.
That's great, and it's always so great to get in the holiday spirit at Holiday Wonders, and you could still get in that spirit in the Afterglow nights, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, we'll have all of the lights will still be on. The Christmas lights, it's always hard to take them down at the end of the season because they do look so pretty and it's so fun to come out and see them. But enjoy that. Enjoy just being outside. Weather's looking fantastic for these days so far. I think our rain is finally gone. So we're ready for next good run of the rest of Holiday Wonders and then Afterglow as well.
Fantastic. Anything else you want to mention before we let you go? It sounds like a great time.
Yeah, no, just make sure you get your tickets now. Come on out. Again, come and enjoy Holiday Wonders, meeting all of our different characters that are here, enjoying the lights and exploring all of that before the holidays, and then come back afterwards and enjoy for Afterglow and some time around the campfires.
All right, fantastic. Jenna Harris with Memphis Botanic Garden. We appreciate your time on the digital desk as always. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Another live look from our high five camera here. Outside our studios at 1960 Union Avenue, 56 degrees, 10:01. We'll talk about your forecast in 1 minute.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk here on a Wednesday morning. Of course, a very active Wednesday morning when it comes down to the rain and storms pushing across the Mid-South. Obviously, a very messy morning commute has been realized here across the Mid-South. Thankfully, the afternoon commute will be drier, but we will be trending cooler at the very same time. As we look at the forecast temperatures for the remainder of the next few hours, again, temperatures come dropping through the remainder of the day. So our warmest part of the day has already occurred. And from here, we continue the downward spiral down through the 50s as we head through the remainder of the day. So by the time you're heading home from work and school this afternoon, we'll be right around 50 degrees and continue to drop all the way down to the 30s by the time we wake up early tomorrow morning. Of course, the rain and storms continue their southward and eastward track here this morning. The bulk of the rain should be coming to an end here in the city of Memphis by the time we head towards about 10, 11 o'clock this morning. But for North Mississippi, east central portion, eastern areas of West Tennessee, more likely the rain continues through at least midday, maybe 1 o'clock or so before things start to taper off. The afternoon commute drier. We'll have even some peaks of sun for a few folks, but more clouds than not. Temperatures will continue to drop off as skies begin to clear out overnight tonight, dropping into the 30s to wake up early on your Thursday morning. Now watch out for some patchy zones of fog that could develop by early tomorrow morning, and temperatures will be above freezing, so we shouldn't have any issues of freezing fog, but fog nonetheless that could slow you down in a few spots. That will lift and back to the sunshine we go into the upper 40s and low 50s expected to start off, get through the afternoon hours of Thursday. Now another upper disturbance will pivot across the Ohio River Valley, and that's what's actually going to keep our temperatures pretty chilly going through the day on Friday. We'll try to nudge our way back to the low 40s through the afternoon hours, but that's going to be the nudge of colder air that's going to drop southward, keep our temperatures pretty chilly heading towards the end of the week. Maybe some snow flurries and snow showers up along the Cumberland Plateau as we head into your Friday. So if you're heading eastbound, heading towards East Tennessee, you may run into a couple of spots where some snow showers may be possible, including the overnight period. Back here at home, it's all going to be dry and clear. Of course, with all the active weather that we've got going on, we want you to say weather where anytime and everywhere on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. Now, when it comes down to it, I just mentioned, we've got one batch of cooler air dropping southward, but there's another reinforcing shot of colder air that will likely drop into the area as we head into Thursday night into your Friday. So actually, our warmest part of the next cool down will be tomorrow with a high near 50, then 40s for highs as we head towards Friday and Saturday and even Sunday as well before we start to warm back up as we head into Christmas week. So again, falling temperatures, that 62's already happened. Actually, the warmest that we were like 65 at one point this morning. So we'll continue that downward trend. We showed you the hourly temperatures on the downward slope for the remainder of the day. Of course, the rain showers will start to taper off as we get past lunchtime today in most locations. Here comes the sunshine again after a couple of banks of fog early tomorrow morning. A temperature near 50 degrees to high, low 40s for highs. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, lows in the 20s when you wake up those mornings. As we get into the start of next week, we'll start adding in a few more clouds, a little bit more moisture. Temperatures in the mid 50s on Monday, mid 50s again on Tuesday, and also adding in some opportunities for rain for Christmas Eve. Tuesday's Christmas Eve, by the way. Wednesday being Christmas Day, mostly cloudy skies. Chances for rain still possible, around 30% opportunity on Wednesday in the upper 50s. And then we continue an upward trend to the low 60s Thursday, Friday. So if you are looking at a time to possibly go to do your Christmas shopping, last minute Christmas shopping, or you got to get on the roadway to head to your Christmas destination, I think the weekend is boding well for you. Yet cold, it's at least dry and quiet. And then we add in, again, the opportunities for rain on Christmas Eve that may linger into Christmas Day, and the pattern turns unsettled but staying mild heading beyond Christmas, and probably will stay on the milder side of things as we round out 2024 and head into 2025.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We are so in the midst of the holiday season, and with it comes a lot of decorations, a lot of festivities. You got to be safe out there. A lot of times we're so busy, safety is the last thing we are worried about. Let's bring in someone to help us be safe this holiday season. I'm joined right now by Patrick Brockway. He is with Regional One Health. He's a burn manager there. Patrick, good morning to you. Let's talk about some of the mistakes. Some of the most common mistakes that you see this time of year when it comes to safety this holiday season. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Andrew. Thank you so much for having me today. This is just and with the holiday season, and of course, we see a lot of burn injuries this time of year. Probably one of the big things I want to talk about is just Christmas tree safety. People don't really think about it, but when you purchase a live tree, you want to make sure that you remove that bottom 2 inches off of the tree. That way, when it goes into the stand, it has a little bit better water absorption so it doesn't dry out. So a dry tree can turn into a fire hazard. So after your tree is up, you want to make sure that you're watering that live tree as well. Also, too, you want to make sure that your tree is about 3 feet away from flammable sources. You want to make sure that it's not close to any type of fireplaces or radiators or anything like that. Now, for our people who like to use artificial trees, you want to make sure that your tree is actually labeled fire resistant when you use it. That brings us to Christmas lights as well. You have two types of Christmas lights that everybody likes to use. They're the indoor lights and the outdoor lights. As they say, you want to use indoor lights on the indoors and outdoor lights on the outside. The reason why is your outdoor lights are actually designed to stay out in the cold, and they actually generate a little bit more heat than your inside lights. This can become a fire hazard if you use outdoor lights in an inside area. Also, too, when you take a look at your lights, you want to make sure that they're not cracked, there's no broken sockets, there's no frayed wires. If they have any of those, you want to make sure you want to get rid of them. Also, too, when you go to string all these lights together, you want to follow the manufacturer's instructions and make sure that the number of light sets that you can chain together is safe. So take a look at the directions on the light strings and make sure that you're stringing the appropriate number of lights together. This brings us to the Christmas decorations too. So just be aware that your small decorations that you use on the tree and around the house can be choking hazards to pets and small children. So you want to make sure that you either keep those decorations that are real small up high or don't use them at all.
Okay, all right. You said a lot there, Patrick. And I would assume that when it comes to fires and burns and that sort of thing, the main culprits are often the live Christmas tree, the holiday decorations, lights, that sort of thing, candles. Is that what you would say is the number one thing coming in to the burn center, is this idea of the holiday decorations, primarily the lights, the tree, candles? Are those the main culprits?
Yes, sir. Those are probably some of the biggest things that we see this time of year. So I will talk a little bit about candle safety. Just be aware that whenever you use a candle, it's an open source of flame. So you want to make sure that you keep them out of reach of children. And also, too, the other big thing with a candle is you never want to leave a candle unattended. So also, too, you want to make sure that whatever you use to light your candles, such as your matches or your lighter, are up out of reach of children as well. That brings us into the next part. Everybody likes to turn on their furnace or have a fire in the fireplace when it gets cold as the season changes. So before you use your furnace or your fireplace, you want to make sure that you have it annually inspected every year. This is to make sure that nothing is blocked. There's nothing wrong with the flue. Also, too, just be aware that if you do have a fire in your fireplace, that is an open source of flame and it can cause a fire. You want to make sure that all of your equipment is up to regulations and up to snuff whenever you do actually have a fire in it. Improperly cleaned chimneys have been historically a major source of fire in this area. So.
Tell me about some of the tips you give when people are shopping for toys for children. You want people to consider a few things.
Oh, sure. So there's a couple of things to use when it comes to shopping for children, you want to make sure a good website to use or a good source of information is the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission. Their website actually has a lot of good specific tips. Just be aware that toys are age defined for safety, not for ability. So when you choose a toy, you want to make sure that it's for that child's age range. You want to choose toys for children less than 3 years under age that don't have the choking hazards. Also, for children that are more than 10 years of age, you want to make sure you're not getting a toy that needs to be plugged into an electrical outlet. Also, too, you want to make sure that you use caution when you purchase toys that have batteries and or magnets, because these things come out and children can swallow them and they can cause all kinds of serious issues. Also, too, you want to make sure that you are giving your child the appropriate safety equipment whenever you buy a toy as well. So, bicycles, you want to make sure that you have a bike helmet. Same thing with a skateboard, you want to make sure that you have a helmet and the pads. So just make sure that you're getting the appropriate safety equipment with the toy whenever you purchase them as well.
What should people consider if they are decorating their home with holiday plants?
So just be aware, holiday plants, the live ones, some of them are poisonous. So you want to make sure that you keep those out of reach of children and pets, especially like your mistletoe and your holly berries. Those things can be especially poisonous. I always tell people it's better to go with the plastic. That way you don't have somebody getting into something that they shouldn't be.
And when it comes to that road trip that many families will be taking this holiday season, there's always some precautions there, right?
Oh, yes. So whenever you're traveling during the holiday season, one, you want to make sure that if you're going to be the driver, that you get an appropriate amount of rest before you start driving. You don't want to get behind the wheel while you're drowsy. Also, too, because it is the cold season, you want to make sure that you have an emergency packet in there, and also bring a blanket. So if it just comes into the point where you need to park and sleep and turn the vehicle off, you want to make sure that you have a blanket and can stay warm in that area. Also, too, one of the things that I always tell people is you want to make sure that everybody that is in your vehicle has an appropriate seatbelt and that it is appropriately fastened every time that you ride in the vehicle. Also, too, it's a holiday season, it's holiday parties. Everybody likes to go and enjoy the adult beverages. If you do, make sure that you have a designated sober driver that can get you back and forth where you need to go.
Oh yeah, for sure, no doubt about it. And you know, when it comes to space heaters, we all know that space heaters need space. Anything else you want to mention to our folks?
Sure. So space heaters are just one of those things that is a great thing to have inside during the cold season. Just be aware that there's a few precautions with them. You want to use them 3 feet away from flammable items. So keep them away from curtains, towels, that type of thing. Also, too, whenever you do use a space heater, you want to make sure that it is plugged into a wall outlet. You don't want to plug it into an extension cord. The reason why, if you plug it into an extension cord, the cord can actually become overloaded and become a fire hazard as well. Also, too, just be aware that other than the electrical heaters, you don't want to use a fuel-based heater inside your home. The reason why is it can cause carbon monoxide poisoning as the fuel is burned to keep things warm.
Patrick Brockway with Regional One Health. We really appreciate you coming on the Action News 5 digital desk. Thanks so much for valuable information this holiday season. We appreciate it. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. Every day, more than 1,000 children receive a cancer diagnosis. As you can imagine, that is a life-changing moment for so many families, and studies show 60% of families lose significant household income and are hit with financial hardship as a result of that cancer diagnosis. But right now, there is a group that is created scholarships for families affected by cancer. That group is Northwest Mutual. In fact, they have a Northwest Mutual Childhood Cancer Scholarship Program. I am joined right now by Steve Radke. He's part of Northwest Mutual's Childhood Cancer Scholarship Program. It's been around for several years. Steve, good morning to you. Let's first talk about how it was formed and some of the reasons why. Good morning.
Sure. Good morning, Andrew. Thanks for having me. As you mentioned in the introduction, every day over 1,000 children around the world are diagnosed with cancer. For over a decade, Northwestern Mutual has been trying to end that. We and our financial advisors around the country, we help fund research for better treatments and cures so that someday no child will get a cancer diagnosis. But until then, we're trying to support children and their families affected by this disease. We try to create what we call golden moments, little moments of brightness in what can otherwise really be a daunting journey. And these golden moments can be anything from sending a kid to a day camp to giving them a bedroom makeover to what we want to talk about today, these college scholarships.
Yeah, that hits home for us here in Memphis. Of course, we are home to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital that does amazing work for so many kids that are diagnosed with cancer. And so tell me a little bit more about the scholarship program. Very curious.
Yeah, we started this program back in 2017 because we realized, for all families, the cost of college is a major expense. And as you alluded to, we also know that a cancer diagnosis, in addition to the other stresses that it causes on a family, can also cause significant financial strain. And we want to help that at Northwestern Mutual. So today we're really excited that we're announcing a new round of funding, $500,000 of scholarships for survivors of childhood cancer. And because we know these diagnoses impact the entire family, we also open the scholarship program up to siblings of childhood cancer survivors. Since we started this program,
really cool.
we've helped.
I love that idea. I was just going to
interject
interject for a minute, Steve. I think that's fantastic. So you have not only the children affected by cancer directly, but also their siblings are eligible for scholarships too. So tell me more about how to apply, the whole process, and how much scholarships are.
Sure. We're going to be providing scholarships for 50 students this year, scholarships of up to $10,000. And to apply, it's very easy. You can go to the Northwestern Mutual Foundation's website, nmfoundation.com. And there's all sorts of additional information about the scholarships and how to apply, and actually a link to an application.
Okay, so we're talking about a total of $500,000 in scholarship money. Is that right?
Exactly. Hey, and if I could just add one other interesting thing that we've found since we've started this program, a lot of the students who go through this actually choose to go into medical fields. And as we've gotten to know them, they said that they've been so inspired by their doctors, nurses, researchers that they've encountered, they're trying to follow in their footsteps. Now, we never intended that. We're kind of surprised, but we're really inspired, and we're glad that we're having that kind of impact through this program.
Fantastic. Yeah, we see that all the time with St. Jude. Some of the patients there turn out to work eventually at St. Jude to help other kids going through what they went through. Steve Radke, really appreciate you coming on the digital desk. Thanks so much for telling us about the scholarship program, Northwestern Mutual's scholarship program, and happy holidays. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. Memphis Animal Services is in need of adoptions this holiday season. I'm joined right now on the digital desk by Mary Claire Boris, the interim director of Memphis Animal Services, joining us on the digital desk. And I see that you have a friend with you, Mary. Good morning.
I do. This is my friend Darla, and she is already spayed, has all her vaccinations and her microchip, and she is one of our ready-to-go dogs that we're looking to get adopted before Christmas.
Okay, so tell me a little bit about the shelter. I know that you guys are full right now. Is that right?
Well, we pretty much stay full here in Memphis, but you know, it's particularly important to find our dogs homes before the holidays because we're typically, you know, we're closed for several days, we're running a skeleton staff, and we want them to be able to get into good warm homes. Plus, it's a great time to adopt a home dog because a lot of people have a few days off and they're spending more time at home, which is great for introducing a dog to their new family.
Yeah, boy, you have just a love bug next to you, I see.
Do.
So tell me about the specials going on right now.
Right, so we have 38 dogs that are already fixed, have all their vaccinations, and have their microchip, and they're what we call ready-to-go dogs. We have 38 of them. So we would like to, they're available immediately for adoption. And so we are waiving their adoption fees, trying to get them adopted this week.
Fantastic. Okay, so what can people do? What's the best method? Did they go online, check out animals, and then come by and just kind of interact with them?
Yeah, you can start off by going to memphisanimalservices.com if you want, which is convenient. Maybe if you're not able to come straight out to the shelter. Go to I want to adopt a dog, and you can actually sort with our dogs, looking for dogs that are already altered is the word that you'll be looking for. You can also check out our Facebook page because we've got posts, especially on the 38 ready-to-go dogs, including, of course, Miss Darla here.
Darla's so cute. So how long does this last? Is this throughout the rest of December into January 1st?
Yes. Anything to get our ready-to-go dogs out into homes. One of the reasons why we're focused on ready-to-go dogs is because we have a lot of dogs that'll be coming into the shelter that will need to have surgery, will need to have vaccinations before they can leave. And it can take a minute for us to do that during the holidays. It's harder to get the vet surgery scheduled and things like that. So that's why it's so important to find homes for those dogs that are already ready to leave the shelter.
Okay, and how much is the cost involved?
So normally the cost to adopt a dog at Memphis Animal Services is $40. But as I said, for those dogs that are ready to go, they are free from now and through the end of December.
Okay, anything else you want to mention to the thousands of people that watch the digital desk each and every day?
Well, in addition to looking online, please come on out and meet all of the wonderful dogs. If there's somebody who catches your eye who's not already ready to go, it'll take us a couple of days, but we can get them fixed and ready to go home with you. And most importantly, for those of you who already have pets, please microchip your cat or your dog. That way, if they're ever separated from you, they can be reunited. And we do microchipping every day here at Memphis Animal Services for just $5.
Boy, Darla just knows right on cue to smile, look at the camera. She is great. I know, I can tell. Mary, thanks so very much. We appreciate you coming on the digital desk and appreciate this special you guys have running for the rest of the year. Good luck and happy holidays.
All right. Thanks, Andrew. Happy holidays to you too.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk here on a Wednesday morning. Of course, a very active Wednesday morning when it comes down to the rain and storms pushing across the Mid-South. Obviously, a very messy morning commute has been realized here across the Mid-South. Thankfully, the afternoon commute will be drier, but we will be trending cooler at the very same time. As we look at the forecast temperatures for the remainder of the next few hours, again, temperatures come dropping through the remainder of the day. So our warmest part of the day has already occurred. And from here, we continue the downward spiral down through the 50s as we head through the remainder of the day. So by the time you're heading home from work and school this afternoon, we'll be right around 50 degrees and continue to drop all the way down to the 30s by the time we wake up early tomorrow morning. Of course, the rain and storms continue their southward and eastward track here this morning. The bulk of the rain should be coming to an end here in the city of Memphis by the time we're towards about 10, 11 o'clock this morning. But for North Mississippi, east central portion, eastern areas of West Tennessee, more likely the rain continues through at least midday, maybe 1 o'clock or so before things start to taper off. The afternoon commute drier. We'll have even some peaks of sun for a few folks, but more clouds than not. Temperatures will continue to drop off as skies begin to clear out overnight tonight, dropping into the 30s to wake up early on your Thursday morning. Now watch out for some patchy zones of fog that could develop by early tomorrow morning. The temperatures will be above freezing, so we shouldn't have any issues of freezing fog, but fog nonetheless that could slow you down in a few spots. That will lift and back to the sunshine we go into the upper 40s and low 50s expected to start off to get through the afternoon hours of Thursday. Now another upper disturbance will pivot across the Ohio River Valley, and that's what's actually going to keep our temperatures pretty chilly going through the day on Friday. We'll try to nudge our way back to the low 40s through the afternoon hours, but that's going to be the nudge of colder air that's going to drop southward, keep our temperatures pretty chilly heading towards the end of the week. Maybe some snow flurries and snow showers up along the Cumberland Plateau as we head into your Friday. So if you're heading eastbound, heading towards East Tennessee, you may run into a couple of spots where some snow showers may be possible, including the overnight period. Back here at home, it's all going to be dry and clear. Of course, with all the active weather that we've got going on, we want you to say weather where anytime and everywhere on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. Now, when it comes down to it, I just mentioned, we've got one batch of cooler air dropping southward, but there's another reinforcing shot of colder air that will likely drop into the area as we head into Thursday night into your Friday. So actually, our warmest part of the next cool down will be tomorrow with a high near 50, then 40s for highs as we head towards Friday and Saturday and even Sunday as well before we start to warm back up as we head into Christmas week. So again, falling temperatures, that 62's already happened. Actually, the warmest that we were like 65 at one point this morning. So we'll continue that downward trend. We showed you the hourly temperatures on the downward slope for the remainder of the day. Of course, the rain showers will start to taper off as we get past lunchtime today in most locations. Here comes the sunshine again after a couple of banks of fog early tomorrow morning. A temperature near 50 degrees to high, low 40s for highs. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, lows in the 20s when you wake up those mornings. As we get into the start of next week, we'll start adding in a few more clouds, a little bit more moisture. Temperatures in the mid 50s on Monday, mid 50s again on Tuesday, and also adding in some opportunities for rain for Christmas Eve. Tuesday's Christmas Eve, by the way. Wednesday being Christmas Day, mostly cloudy skies. Chances for rain still possible, around 30% opportunity on Wednesday in the upper 50s. And then we continue an upward trend to the low 60s Thursday, Friday. So if you are looking at a time to possibly go to do your Christmas shopping, last minute Christmas shopping, or you got to get on the roadway to head to your Christmas destination, I think the weekend is boding well for you. Yet cold, it's at least dry and quiet. And then we add in, again, the opportunities for rain on Christmas Eve that may linger into Christmas Day, and the pattern turns unsettled but staying mild heading beyond Christmas, and probably will stay on the milder side of things as we round out 2024 and head into 2025.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. There has been some new research that has recently been documented with the Alzheimer's Association. And this research covers 3 different areas, everything from blood tests to GLP-1, which is Ozempic, those sort of things, and processed red meat. And this research is, as I mentioned, recent, and it is something that really gives us more of an idea of maybe the factors involved with dementia and Alzheimer's. Let's bring in someone with the Alzheimer's Association. Amy French is a research champion and senior program manager with the Alzheimer's Association. She's joining us now on the digital desk. Amy, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Let's talk a little bit about this recent research and what, from your perspective, you see as the most valuable aspects to it. Good morning.
Good morning. And thank you so much for having us on to talk about these important developments. And my role with the association is to bring this information to the living rooms, to have the honor and the privilege to attend so many of these scientific convenings like the Alzheimer's Association International Conference that I just came from, and learn about what's happening in the field and bringing it to the living rooms of the yous and me's of the world. So the blood test. As we know, the diagnostic process for Alzheimer's disease is very complex right now, and it requires extensive cognitive testing, usually brain imaging, that is expensive and not always paid for by insurance and not accessible to everyone, things like PET scan imaging. So a blood test that is now FDA approved as of this month will bring that capability of the primary care physician to do a preliminary blood test screening that will show at about a 90% accuracy rate the presence in the blood of what's called biomarkers or indicators that the disease process is happening in the brain. And that will, of course, accelerate diagnosis. It will eliminate the burden that is currently on specialists like neurologists and gerontologists who often have to do that preliminary screening. With that screening being done in advance, we know that there's a desert of specialists like neurologists and cardiologists. So it would take the burden off of them and enable primary care physicians to accelerate diagnosis and move forward with that. So that's very exciting and really groundbreaking news in the disease process.
It sounds like it. So, Amy, just so we're clear, I just wanted to ask you, so if someone, for example, we have thousands of people that watch us here on the digital desk, if someone were to go and maybe get a physical, okay, and they draw blood, is this blood test that you mentioned is FDA approved, could they say with that blood test, okay, look, you're only 35 or 45, but you have biomarkers that suggest that you could have dementia or Alzheimer's later in life? Is that how it works?
The long and short of it is yes. That test is not widely used yet. Obviously, it was just approved and made available, so it is not widely used. But that is what we envision for the very near future. For it to be a predictive test. As we know, the disease process for most chronic progressive diseases, be it kidney disease, heart disease, diabetes, and Alzheimer's disease, the disease process begins long before symptoms become obvious. And if you wait until symptoms are obvious, then the ability to manage that disease is greatly reduced. So yes, as a diagnostic tool, not yet widely used, again, just made available, but that is a very realistic and strong expectation.
Yeah, I would think that anyone who has an opportunity to get this kind of test, to get it as soon as possible, because then the earlier you get it and the more that you have biomarkers, and the earlier, that means the earlier you can do things to stave off the dementia and Alzheimer's and do things to really kind of combat against some of the ugliness that we see of that disease. Is that right?
That's true. And to be very clear, we do not have at this point in the research game, we don't have the ability to stop the disease entirely. We don't have the ability to prevent the disease entirely. Again, this is true of many chronic progressive illnesses as well. It doesn't make it acceptable, but it doesn't make Alzheimer's an exception in that regard. So what we really are looking at, as again, I keep saying it with chronic progressive diseases, is lifestyle interventions that really can make a difference in our risk factors for developing things like Alzheimer's and other chronic diseases. And by that, I mean things like one of the studies that I think you wanted to talk about today was the study about processed red meat. And that study backs up 100% the idea through a study that was done for over 130,000 healthcare professionals over the course of 40 years. So this is not just some fly-by-night study that goes, oh yeah, that's probably true. It is evidence-based research that shows that the consumption of 2 to 3 portions of something like bacon, or I hate to hate on bacon because everybody loves bacon, but 2 to 3 portions a week increases your risk of cognitive decline by 14%. That's a pretty significant percentage, and especially in regard to something that we do have control over and we can change. That doesn't mean you have to give up bacon forever. Maybe 2 or 3 times a month, it's fine. It's probably not going to hurt you. And also the good news is that unprocessed red meats, like just your normal healthy meat that you buy that's not full of nitrites and preservatives and sodium, it doesn't seem to have any factor at this point in time on your risk. So we're looking at pretty much, excessive use of processed meats that is the culprit here.
Gotcha. So, hot dogs, sausages, bacon, those traditional things, not necessarily, like red meat when you say steak, or a piece of pork or something like that that's unprocessed, right?
And yes, that's correct. And the guidelines that are in place for a healthy diet, like the Mediterranean diet, the DASH diet, all of those guidelines are still very, very much recommended in regard to overall health. We're just showing through this study that it just backs up everything that we already know about a healthy diet and the scientific evidence that's there in regard to what's good for the heart is good for the brain.
Right. And so, Amy, I'm reading from one of the things from the Alzheimer's report, and it says that processed meat, as we've been talking, raises the risk of dementia, but if you swap it for nuts and beans, it will lower the risk. And you mentioned earlier how this was a 4-decade study of more than 130,000 people. So it wasn't a small group and it wasn't a small timeline. We're talking a huge, that's a beautiful study, if you will, because it covers so many different people over such a long period of time.
Yeah, and it really gives us irrefutable evidence that, again, has been backed up time and time again. There are subsequent studies that are being funded by the Alzheimer's Association, even as we speak, to hone it down and get a better understanding of the impact of things like the processed meats and other dietary factors that we know from past evidence are not healthy, understanding better why exactly it is that these particular things like the nitrites, like the high sodium, do increase our risk. Understanding why the risk is increased can help us understand how to better reduce that risk and mitigate that risk, not just through the elimination or the significant reduction of those products, but also in regard to research in general, understanding the disease better.
Okay, and Amy, finally, I want to go to the third aspect, and this was the GLP-1. So this is things like Wegovy, Ozempic, and how it may protect against dementia. Explain the results coming out of this.
Yeah, so those studies indicate that the weight loss drugs may have a protective quality for the brain. We also know that those drugs really haven't been on the market for a long time, so we haven't had the opportunity to do really longitudinal studies. But preliminary indicators indicate that there's a very good possibility that there is some protective quality. Now, that doesn't mean that those medications are going to now be the norm for a person who has Alzheimer's to go on those medications. That's not what the takeaway is. The takeaway is that it's yet another avenue of hope, yet another avenue that is being explored. We know that the relationship between what creates risk factors for diabetes and other metabolic diseases are also risk factors for Alzheimer's disease. So knowing that medications that can help mitigate those metabolic type disorders might be indicated in also mitigating Alzheimer's risk and Alzheimer's progression is very encouraging and very significant. Isn't it wonderful when a medication comes on the market that's just not a one-trick pony, that it has a lot of other benefits as well?
No, I'm very encouraged by these recent breakthroughs. I think I may have mentioned it to you and perhaps some of your colleagues that my dad has Alzheimer's, and so we go through it as a family together. And I do a lot of things with the Alzheimer's Association and I love learning about these breakthroughs because it's so valuable for so many people out there. Where can our audience look at some of these breakthroughs and kind of read for themselves? Is there a place online?
Oh, I'm so glad you asked. Of course there is. Our website is your absolute go-to. It's alz.org, alz.org, that simple. We also have a toll-free helpline at 1-800-272-3900, and I hope that you'll flash that on the screen for us. Both are great resources. I encourage people, especially if you're overwhelmed as a caregiver, and as a caregiver yourself, this is the norm to feel overwhelmed as a caregiver. Sometimes going to the Google net, as they say, can be really scary and intimidating and overwhelming. Even our website, which is 100% evidence-based, if you see it on the Alzheimer's Association website, you know that it's true. You know that it's not a fly-by-night study, a scheme to get you to buy a product or whatever. You know it's legit. So our toll-free number is a great resource too that I think is drastically underutilized. You can ask a question about anything. You can ask a question about what we just talked about today, about the blood test, about whether Ozempic is going to help reduce your risk. It doesn't have to be a deep, intense question. It can be anything you need and want to know about Alzheimer's disease. We are in the business of education and support, along with, of course, funding the research and even providing research studies as well. That's our business. It's what we do. We are here to help. We are here to help in whatever way we can. And that means one-on-one. If it's a one-on-one conversation with our helpline, and it helps even one small bit in helping you understand your risk, mitigating your risk, or understand your role as a caregiver and how to best provide care for your loved one. All those things are so important. And that's why we're here. And we want people to help us do our job. We want to have people that we can serve.
Amy French, we really appreciate this conversation. Thank you so much for letting us know about these recent breakthroughs, valuable information that people can check out at alz.org. Thank you for your time. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Let's talk a little bit about pancreatic cancer. It may be rare, but it is certainly one of the deadliest forms of cancer. It's the third leading cause of cancer deaths in the U.S. right now. Let's bring in someone to talk a little bit more about symptoms, treatment, that sort of thing. I'm joined now by Dr. Evan Glazier. He's a surgical oncologist at Regional One Health. Dr. Glazier, I appreciate you joining us on the Digital Desk. Let's talk about, first off, what pancreatic cancer is and some of the causes. Good morning.
Morning. It's great to be here, and I thank you very much for inviting me and letting me share some information with you and your viewers. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm Dr. Evan Glazier. I'm a surgical oncologist with the University of Tennessee and Regional One Health, and I primarily focus on taking care of patients with pancreas cancer and other cancers of the abdomen. Pancreas cancer, as you mentioned, is historically a very rare cancer, but unfortunately it is rising in incidence. That means more people are getting it now than they did 10 years ago. We don't exactly know why, but we certainly know that there are some inherited reasons people get it. So they get some genes. DNA inherited from their parents and put them at a little higher risk. But also, most patients get it spontaneously, meaning they just get it out of the blue. The symptoms, like you mentioned, are not terribly specific. So, for example, some patients will have diabetes, and suddenly their diabetes will become very hard to control, and that can be a sign of pancreas cancer. Odds are they don't, but it does happen sometimes like that. Other times, patients will become jaundice. That's where their skin or the whites of their eyes turns yellow, and that's also a sign of a mass in their pancreas, which often ends up being pancreas. Other signs and symptoms of it can be very nondescript or very not specific. And so some patients will lose weight unexpectedly, or patients will just all around feel bad. And so what I say to many patients who have cancer and many patients who do not have cancer is that if you don't feel well or you don't feel right, usually something is going on. It's probably not pancreas cancer, but still worth a trip to your primary care provider in order to see him or her and find out what's going on.
I appreciate that, Evan. You know, and I've done a number of different stories regarding pancreatic cancer, including the Costin Foundation in Memphis. I'm sure you're well aware. They do a lot of research when it comes to pancreatic cancer, and I've talked to a number of those folks there with the symptoms. And my understanding is the symptoms are so common. Like, it's almost like symptoms that you would get for the common cold. You know, it's so common, those symptoms, that you don't think it's pancreatic cancer. Are there people that are more at risk of developing cancer? I know you said it's hereditary and genes for some people. Some people it just happens randomly. Are there certain people more at risk than others?
There are. And so about 10 to 50% of patients with pancreas cancer will have something in their DNA that causes it. And so that means another 85%, most people do not. But they may have such things as ongoing pancreatitis. They may have diabetes that becomes very difficult to control. Other signs or symptoms can include, like you said, nondescript or generalized, just not feeling well. But for most people, that should go away in a few days. And after a week or two or three or four of something not being right, that's when time is right to go and figure out what's going on and get some testing and maybe some blood work and see if you can figure out what's going on with your primary care provider and healthcare team. The other common reasons people can get it really is about inflammation. And so we always recommend people not to smoke. Tobacco causes increased inflammation and puts individuals at higher risk of all sorts of cancers, but smoking is a risk factor for pancreas cancer specifically. Other factors are pancreatitis and other inflammatory diseases. And so these can be as simple as try to eat a little healthier to decrease your inflammation. And that helps patients and people overall, maybe those with pancreas cancer, but also whole sorts of other diseases that we as people deal with that relate to inflammation. And so I highly recommend essentially a healthy diet, a low-fat diet, try to avoid processed foods. A little chocolate, a little candy here and there is not going to be the end of the world, but certainly trying to eat healthier and exercise is really important. And then, of course, doing things that minimize the risk of inflammation, minimize alcohol use, try not to smoke at all, try not to smoke anything, let alone tobacco or other items like that. It is about to be the holiday season, and so a lot of people will have a drink or two during holiday parties and so forth. Certainly, that's not going to cause pancreas cancer. It doesn't mean that we as people should just ignore health and not try to exercise and otherwise eat well during this season.
Yeah, no question about it. At what point, and I think you mentioned it just a minute ago, at what point should someone see a doctor if they're feeling bad for usually 3 or 4 days? A lot of times these common symptoms will, they'll feel better, but if they don't feel better, that's when you should see a doctor. Can you just re-emphasize that point?
Yeah, I think the way I look at it is, if you're speaking with a good friend of yours, a family friend, not necessarily a family member, but a buddy or otherwise a good friend, and they're telling you how they're feeling, and you were listening to their story, oh, I've been feeling poorly for a few days, and then a few weeks. If you'd say to that person, maybe you should go get checked out, say it to yourself, go get checked out. There's lots of resources in our community for primary care providers, lots of hospital systems, lots of primary care offices. And taking that first step to really be evaluated by a physician or nurse practitioner or physician assistant, that something's not quite right. That's really, I think, an important concept. We're all very busy, especially this time of year. Those of us with kids certainly have lots going on, but it's important that we take care of ourselves and take care of each other. And often that means just taking the first step of saying, I expect something to be better now. I'm not getting better. Maybe I should be checked out.
Got it. Okay. And my understanding is it's one of the deadliest forms of cancer because by the time people get diagnosed, it's spread. It's very late in the whole process. It's almost too late, and the cancer has spread beyond pancreatic cancer, beyond the pancreas, I should say. Is that accurate in your opinion?
That is very accurate. I think there's really 2 points that you're bringing up there. And the first point is about screening. And screening is when we look for patients with, excuse me, not patients, people that don't have the disease as far as we know, but are at risk for developing the disease. For example, we recommend colonoscopy for colon cancer screening. And colonoscopy, when it's done for screening, is a test to look for colon cancers. We don't have that for pancreas cancer. We have mammography for breast cancer. We have self-breast exams for breast cancer, but we don't have that for pancreas cancer. We don't have great screening tools outside of an MRI, which we do sometimes, as well as a special type of endoscopy, which we also do sometimes. The other part of that is where the pancreas is located. This is a really relatively small organ that lives behind the stomach, and so it's deep in our abdomens. And as you alluded to, there aren't a lot of symptoms that are specific to the pancreas. Sometimes people will have trouble eating or digesting certain foods, and that can be something to look out for. But again, especially this time of year, there's lots of us are eating a little more than we should be, perhaps, or a little more unhealthy than we should be. And a little upset stomach doesn't mean pancreas cancer. But as you kind of alluded to before, it's very nondescript, and it often presents later in stages, so more advanced stages, because the organ lives so far in our bellies that we don't notice a problem until it's very advanced.
This has been an interesting discussion, Evan. I appreciate you taking time on the digital desk. Final thoughts, main takeaways that you want our viewers, and we have thousands that watch each and every morning here on the digital desk. What's the main takeaway you want for them to take away from this interview?
I think for all cancer, we're getting better and better as healthcare providers at treating this. Survival is increasing. That's true for pancreas cancer as well. And I think the most important takeaway message is that we need to take care of ourselves and take care of each other. It's really important if something's not right to go seek care and be worked up, as the expression is in healthcare, to figure out what's going on. And if it is something like cancer or pancreas cancer, then to be very aggressive about identifying it, figuring out what the stage is, and the best ways to personalize that treatment to take care of yourself and take care of your family.
Dr. Evan Glazer, Regional 1 Health Surgical Oncologist, we appreciate your time on the digital desk. Thanks so very much for the valuable information you passed along to us. Thank you.
My pleasure. Take care and a very happy holiday season. Merry Christmas to everyone.
That does it for us here in the Action News 5 digital desk. Have yourself a wonderful afternoon. Action News 5 midday coming up at the top of the hour. Then join us again at 7 tomorrow.
If you want to learn, come on, let's do this. So no big bombshell in that presentation. What it is understanding where we're headed and realizing it's okay to follow the course. There'll be times where we're challenged and we feel that that is something that is all good. Okay, we know what our priorities are. Yeah, if we're not lying, we should.
wasn't being productive. Is the internet down? Oh, okay.
Man, I didn't think they were. I didn't think they thought this was gonna backfire on them.
I don't think that. No, I think they did.
You think they thought it out?
I've been talking to people that like live here and like they know some of these people that have been recently elected to the board, like Tawana Murphy.
How did you find that story?
Somebody sent it to me.
Oh.
Somebody sent it to me. I'm telling you.
Can
I really think, because that's how Thaddeus Matthews got it before anybody.
So
else
can I tell you
knew.
something? Why did when she texted me back and was like, he need to stop lying? Why didn't she just come out and say that's my ex-boyfriend? Like, why did she? But I will say this: she did call me. She did call me right after she texted me because she was smart. She didn't want to put that in the text. She was like, he's wrong. That's not true. And she was like, that's not all the way true. I was like, what you mean not all the way true? And then she was like, well, you'll see at 5. And so we had a conversation. But my thing is like, I really don't think it was like.
I think they
Caswell said something that was really smart. He posted something. He was like, hold on.
I think George Ray.
Oh yeah, he
has
definitely
told them this is what you can do.
Because
you just need
read
this
this.
many votes.
Yeah, that's true.
That's so true.
But like, I honestly think I'm not trying to be rude. I promise I'm not trying to be rude. I don't think Tawana. She's having a mentor, George Ray, coach her through all of this.
Yeah.
She didn't. She does not.
She does not have the capacity to be doing
Yeah,
all this.
none of them.
None of them, because like, how?
Well, I don't
how-
know anyone else's
how,
background.
what you call it, was reading that resolution.
Who? Coleman?
The chairman. Yeah, Coleman. The way she was reading that resolution, she should not be on the board. She was reading it like she was illiterate.
Well, I think she was doing it like. Did you see how she was keep on pronouncing Fagan's last name? Fegans.